Public Safety Committee. And we're going to start. I'm going to ask Representative Marston to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. This time, I'm going to open the public hearing on SB 303FN.
And the committee calls Grant Bossy for Senator Hennessy.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Grant Bossy. I am not Senator Erin Hennessy. She regrets that she's unable to be here today, and thanks you for the courtesy of letting me introduce the bill in her place. She has submitted a letter, which we've provided to the clerk, and I'll read that into the record for you. Dear Chairman Abbas, or Chairman Roy, and honorable members of the committee, the New Hampshire Sheriff's Association asked me to bring forward Senate Bill 303 relative to reimbursement of sheriff's offices for prisoner custody and control. The sheriff's departments are reimbursed by the courts for providing prisoner custody and control services. These services include transporting prisoners and staying with them at their hearings in the courthouse. The sheriffs are currently reimbursed about half of what the current per diem rate is for bailiff service in the courthouse. This bill would bring parity between the two rates and fix an oversight in the budget. Although the bill has a fiscal note, there is no additional appropriation for the rate increase. With the increase in virtual court services, the instances of custody and control are going down. The budget amount appropriated to the judicial branch for court security, including custody and control, can absorb the rate increase if virtual appearances continue at current rates. Representatives from the sheriff departments are here to testify in favor of the bill and will be able to answer any questions you may have. Thank you for your consideration. My apologies for not being able to be with you today. Please reach out if you have any additional questions. Sincerely, Senator Erin Hennessy, District 1. With that, I will close my testimony and defer any questions to the senator and to the sheriffs behind me.
Thank you for your testimony and interest in the bill.
Thank you.
The committee now calls Christopher Connolly.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you on Senate Bill 303. For those of you that are not familiar, the Sheriff's Office provides custody and control within our courthouses in the state. So essentially what that means is we move inmates from the various correctional facilities to their court appearances at the different courts. We have court officers that provide custody and control for those folks once they arrive at the courthouses. So that means that they work in the cell blocks, they remove the inmates from the cell holding areas, transport them back and forth within the courthouse to the various courtrooms in the building. So this is an inherently difficult and dangerous job. So certainly we feel that they should be reimbursed at the same rate as other court security officer functions. It is currently at about half of that, as Mr. Bossy indicated when he introduced the bill on Senator Hennessy's behalf. So really what we're doing is seeking parity for those inherently difficult jobs and dangerous jobs that these folks perform. We have a great difficulty in recruiting and retaining folks for these positions. You know, when folks can look at, for instance, the posting possibly from Dunkin' Donuts or one of the fast food chains and look at that type of work as compared to moving some potentially violent and dangerous individuals around a court house, it certainly does not always make it an attractive proposition to work a custody and control function. So it's really important that we try to achieve parity with the pay that our folks that are moving these dangerous folks within our courtrooms are performing those duties, and they're also obviously during the performance of those duties ensuring the safety of those attending for a court appearance, the judge, attorneys, witnesses, jurors, and things like that. So it's an extremely important function that they perform. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Panalakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you tell me, sir, what was done before? This is the first I've ever heard of the reimbursement.
So the state actually. There we go. Okay. So the state actually has been reimbursing the counties for custody and control, but it's been at a different rate. So the rate of reimbursement is about half what the state reimburses other court officer functions for. So for many years, there's been a disparity in that pay. So this actually is not a new concept in the state reimbursing for the services provided by the court officers, but what it is an attempt to achieve parity in what they are being paid.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
A question from the chair. Are these officers, are they sheriff's deputies? Are they part of the sheriff's department?
So they work for the sheriff's department, but they are court officers. The vast majority are not sworn, so they're not deputy sheriffs. They're per diem court officers that come in and work as needed for us in those various roles.
Okay, so they're not salaried employees with benefits and such as part of the sheriff's department?
That is correct. They're per diem, no benefits are received by these folks.
Okay. One last thing. I don't know if you said when you started, if you could just say your name and your position.
Oh, I apologize, Mr. Chair. Yes, my name is Christopher Connolly. I'm the Hillsborough County Sheriff. I've been a New Hampshire law enforcement officer for just about 35 years now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any further? Yes, Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for coming today. So currently, they're only the state reimburses you about half the cost. So if this passed and was signed into law, then would the money come from the county residents for each county, and they would pay for their portion, of those, the duties here?
So currently, custody and control court officers reimbursed at $65 a day, and our perimeter and security, which are the folks that you would see at the front door, for instance, as you get screened through the magnetometer, are reimbursed through the state at a rate of $121 and change. Let's see, $120.18.
So would the money still come from the state, if this passes, or will it come from the county?
So the reimbursement, this would do is increase the reimbursement for those custody and control positions that we receive from the state. So the county bills, the various counties bill the state for those reimbursement services. But the issue now is that the perimeter and security folks are reimbursed at one rate, and the custody and control are reimbursed at a lesser rate, about half.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And just to be clear, the services that these folks are providing are for the state.
That is correct.
Thank you. Representative Newman.
Thank you. It sounds like your current situation reimburses people about half what they could make at McDonald's. And this might bring you up to pretty close to parity with people that work in those types of jobs. Is that incorrect mathematics or not?
Yes, the pay is quite low for the responsibility and inherent danger involved in these positions, for sure.
So this is just a pretty good step. Thank you.
Yes.
That was just my opinion. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Another question to the chair. If someone's injured performing those duties, are they paid for their injuries from the state or from the county?
So they actually would fall under workers' compensation if those injuries, were sustained during the course of their duties.
Thank you. There being no further questions. Oh, one more. Go ahead, Representative Bournet.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Absolutely.
So does a county ever supplement the pay that, for these people?
So it depends on the county. Some counties do, some don't. Some pay at additional rate if their county delegations authorize that, which makes it a bit more attractive, obviously, to recruit folks. And some counties make up the difference currently from the $65 to the $120 for that parity. So it's really the reimbursement rate that is not on par.
Thank you. I don't understand how you can recruit anybody to do those positions for such low pay.
It is a challenge, and it's getting more and more challenging.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative.
Yes, Representative Welch.
Thank you, Sheriff. Isn't it true that the only court officers who are getting that high pay now work at the Supreme Court?
So I am not sure what the Supreme Court officers make. I know that the language in this bill refers to the Administrative Office of Courts, the contract that they have with their court officers. So essentially, it would bring all court officers into this same pay scale and bring parity. But I do not know what the Supreme Court folks make.
As I recall, it took about 3 years to get you this payment in the first place. So I'm in favor of this, would you believe?
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, Representative Newman.
Yes, thank you. Regarding your staffing, how many people currently do you have doing this, and how many would you ideally like to have?
That's going to vary depending on the counties. Speaking for my county, Hillsborough County is the largest county. We actually have 2 superior courthouses that we staff, along with a number of circuit courts. So right now, I'd say that I am probably right around between 50 and 60 court officers. Now, not all of them are able to work 5 days a week, so we have to mix and match. So I'm not able to give you a concrete answer. It's kind of a moving target, frankly. And we'll have additional folks that come in if we have a long duration trial, a jury trial, or things like that. Sometimes we have to ramp up. But ideally, I mean, I would love to have an additional 20 or so to choose from in that pool, so we'd be able to ramp up and adequately staff. You're welcome. Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Thank you. So do these people on a per diem basis perform many of the functions that the other court officers do, other than just transport people around, or?
So again, speaking for Hillsborough County, all the court officers that I have are cross-trained, so they're able to provide functions both, for instance, in the cell block and or running the magnetometer at the front door. So all of those folks are able to fit into a position depending on where the need is for that particular day.
Follow up. Whether they're per diem or not, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a difference between
Oh,
people.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
They're all per diem.
They're all per diem.
They are all per
All of
diem.
them that we see are per diem.
That's
and
correct.
Some get a higher rate than others. And
It depends on the county. Some of the counties are paying a higher rate than different counties. So it really depends. All of the court officers that you would see, for instance, if you went into the Hillsborough Superior Court, are being paid the same, whether you're at the North or South Courthouse or at any of our circuit courts in the county.
One more follow-up. Even, so they are all, they all, I thought, when I heard your previous testimony, I thought you said, are they all per diem?
That's correct. They're all per diem.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. If I might, Mr. Chair, I do, Sheriff Ricciardi had hoped to be here this morning, but he had an incident with a turkey hitting his cruiser,
I hate it when that happens.
so he was not able to be, but I
If you could submit that to the clerk.
Okay, thank you. Okay, yes. Yes.
And the committee now calls Mark Brave.
You're going to wave off. Okay, thank you.
Sheriff Brave waves off.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify who hasn't testified on this bill this morning? There being none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The committee will come to order. At this time, we'll now open the executive session on Senate Bill 303, well, relative to the reimbursement of sheriff's offices for prisoner custody and control. Representative Welch, you wish to be recognized to make a motion?
Yes, I would recommend an ought to pass for Senate Bill.
I'll
303.
second.
I'm going to give respect to the dean and acknowledge Representative Pantelakis as the second.
Oh, thank you.
Representative Welch, do you wish to speak to the motion?
This bill actually amends language that we put in several years back. It was a 3-year fight with the judicial branch to get them any money at all, because up until then, it was a county responsibility to pay these folks. And one of the reasons that we negotiated, we got it in all the courts except the Supreme Court. And I think if you look at the statutes, you'll see that they have Supreme Court security officers. This puts them on a par. I think it's long overdue. We would have done it back then, but it was a big fight. It actually caused the impeachment of the Chief Justice, David Brock. And I think passing this will just make everything equal.
Representative Espitia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm like 100% supportive of this and would, would probably vote ought to pass. My only question I have is that there is just, I think, my friend from Portsmouth, Representative Pantalacos raised was just a question about the methodology on the fiscal note on talking about the state police colonel, but and it is a little weird that's in there, but it might have been left behind from another amendment. But
What's the exact question?
I mean, it's not a question. We're an exec, so but my issue is I don't know what that has to do with sheriffs, with the sheriff pay, and
Representative Welch, you want to give that a try?
I'm not sure how this bill was before it was amended in the Senate, but clearly it has nothing to do with state police.
Right.
If that's the question,
Yeah.
that's, the fiscal note was probably written on the original bill
Yeah.
and then it was taken out.
I mean, it's fine with me. I'm gonna support it. So.
Although this isn't a hearing where we would receive any input from the public, I do see some sheriffs, if we're saying anything if that's not consistent with the intent of the bill, please let us know. Representative Burt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understood correctly, the answer from the officer, the money is going to come from the state, which I believe really should come from the state. And right now, some of it's coming from the county. I mean, even though it's all the same money, I mean, it's coming out of the left pocket or the right pocket, but, bottom line, it should come from the state. Oh, it does now. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's where I was confused was if the county is paying for some of this now. And yeah.
No, the county's losing money on this presently because
Yeah,
of the
so
reimbursement
clean up
rate's
the
too low.
language. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Newman?
Yeah, just a parliamentary inquiry. I'm reading the language about the fiscal note. If the fiscal note has an error in it or doesn't make sense, it doesn't really have an effect on the bill if we pass the bill. Is that correct?
It does not. What becomes law is not the fiscal note. What becomes law is the bill itself.
Thank you.
And typically, the fiscal note isn't amended with a bill amendment.
So if you attach it to the bill, then it has an effect. Okay, I understand, but you don't.
Not exactly. What
Okay.
becomes law is the actual bill. The fiscal note really offers maybe some input on the fiscal impact of what the bill would
Thank you.
be if it became law, as introduced. At this time, we can now move the question. If you were in support of the motion of ought to pass, please say yea. If you're opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy,
Yes.
Representative Welch,
Absolutely.
Representative Burt,
Yes.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Green, Yes. Clerk votes yes. Representative Chesterman,
Yes.
Representative Folsom,
Yes.
Representative Pratt, Yes. Representative Marston,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright,
Yes.
Representative Pantelakis, Representative Jack,
Yes.
Representative Bourdonnais,
Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Ray Newman,
Yes.
Representative Sue Newman,
Yes.
Representative Manaval,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Espitia,
Yes.
Chairman Abbas,
Chair votes yes.
21-0.
Representative Roy moves. Representative Roy moves consent.
Possibly turn down a bill that was.
Representative Welch, will you prepare a majority report?
Chair, I just have a question. So we did an ought to pass, but should it not been ought to pass as amendment?
No, the Senate amended it.
There was
Oh,
no,
because
there was
we
no
amended
House
it.
amendment,
Okay.
yes.
All right. Thank you.
By 21 yeas, 0 nays, the motion passes. This time we will now close the executive session on Senate Bill 303. Committee will be in recess till 9:45.
Mr. Chairman, can we vote like this the rest of the day?
We can try. It's a possibility. It's a possibility. I know.
All right, the committee will come to order. At this time, we will now open the public hearing on Senate Bill 376. That is relative to creating a board of review board of review police incidents involving citizens affected by mental health issues. Before we begin, I did receive a notification this morning that the prime sponsor is running late due to a prior commitment. Will be here in the afternoon. However, we're going to open the public hearing because there are members of the public present that wish to testify. And if there a member of the public. Well, I have two cards. But if someone wouldn't mind just simply introducing the bill, they don't need to do anything more than speak on the subject matter. That they won't be excluded from, prohibited from asking questions. Just if someone would.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Criminal Justice Committee. I'm here to introduce Senate Bill 376 FN relative to creating a board to review police incidents involving citizens affected by mental health issues.
Thank you, Representative. Make sure I recess the hearing. I'll blame you too. And everyone just make sure I recess the hearing, not close the hearing. So now we're all going down together. At this time, the chair recognizes Holly Stevens.
Good morning, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Holly Stevens, and I'm the Director of Public Policy for NAMI New Hampshire. It's a pleasure to be here testifying in front of you this morning. NAMI New Hampshire is strongly in support of Senate Bill 376, which, as you just heard, would create a study committee to look at putting together a review board for incidents where there's an officer-involved shooting, and it would also provide some additional funding for CIT training. Based on an analysis done by the Concord Monitor, in New Hampshire, more than 60% of the people shot and killed by police in the last decade had a mental health issue. Right now, there is no federal or state agency that collects data on the role that mental illness plays in these incidents. But in looking at data that's been compiled across the country by certain news agencies, when you compare it to New Hampshire has a higher incidence of folks that have mental illness that are involved in these incidents, and I do believe higher incidents in general per capita. Having a review board to look at these incidents is paramount in assessing whether different interventions could be used to achieve a different outcome. The review board could assess the timing of interventions and what training is needed to execute these interventions to achieve positive outcomes. And so the study committee that's created by Senate Bill 376 would be able to gather information from all the key stakeholders to recommend what the review board should look like in New Hampshire. Secondly, this bill appropriates some funds for CIT training for specifically for the smaller departments and for the more rural departments. It appropriates funds that can be used for the overtime, backfilling for the overtime, as well as travel and meal expenses. And we strongly support this aspect of the bill as well, but we would suggest one minor amendment, and I do have copies of some suggested language if the committee would like to look at that, which would just add into the language that this money could also be used for facilitation and instruction of additional training sessions. As it is right now, the appropriation is only to be used for the backfilling and for meals and travel, but it doesn't, I think they left out additional funds for the cost of the training itself. So we have some suggested language that would just put that back in. And as I said, I don't know if the committee would like a copy of what we've suggested.
You may pass up any materials.
Thank
that
you.
wish.
So in wrapping up, I know there's some folks that have a lot more personal, intimate knowledge about this bill. So I will leave it there and just say that we urge the committee to vote ought to pass and consider the amendment that we suggested. With that, I'll take any questions.
Representative Pantelakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You want this board to be set up inside of the police standard and training? Is that correct?
Yes, thank you for the question. This isn't something that NAMI New Hampshire wants. The programs, the CIT program itself right now that is existing is set up through the police standards and training. They get the funding and then they contract out to the vendors to provide the training. Just so happens that NAMI New Hampshire is the vendor currently that provides that training. So we just want the program to expand and continue. We're not the entity that is behind where that money goes. I think Director Skipper is here that could answer any questions about, why the funding goes through to them.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understood you correctly, you said that the CIT program was, in your view, primarily for rural and smaller towns. Could you both explain why that is and how that would work within the context of this bill?
Yeah. So the CIT, which is the crisis intervention team training, isn't just for rural and small. It's for any police officer, any first responder, actually. There's a lot of fire and EMS that go through this as well. The What we found though is that for the smaller departments and the departments that are more rural, they don't have enough personnel to be able to send somebody to a 40-hour-a-week course. So in order to be able to make this available to them as well, this funding will help those departments backfill and get personnel in to cover when that officer is gone for that week. Because otherwise they wouldn't be able to participate, and it would only be open to the bigger departments and the state police that have ample staff to be able to cover those shifts.
Representative Marston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony here today. I have a question in regards to mental health. Why, or is the mental health people doing more to help people with these kinds of problems? Because what I'm hearing you say in this bill is that we want the state through the police to do something, and that's fine and dandy, but I'm also looking at what is mental health people. We have a mental health in Manchester, and are they doing things and families have to go to them first? Because I would think they don't go to the police looking for help, because I think that's the issue. We have them on the streets all over, and it becomes a problem, and then all of a sudden an issue comes up where the police are involved and they don't know how to handle it. But how do we handle the mental health issue prior to the police getting involved?
And thank you for the question. The state, just recently on January 1 of this year, we had enacted statewide mobile crisis response within the state. And there's a centralized number that anybody can call for a mental health crisis. So that is also another system that's working in parallel with this, so that there is another option other than just calling 911 and having the police show up. That being said, there are still going to be those times when the police are called or are needed. And when those times happen, it's best to have an officer who's been through this training that can help de-escalate the situation while working with the individual.
Representative Marston, you recognized for a follow-up?
Can you tell us where we would find like a number to reach these people that do this kind of intervention?
The
Is
mobile
it publicized by the state?
There is I don't have the 800 number with me right now, but I can certainly get it to you. And as of, I think it's July 15th or 16th, there's going to be a nationwide mental health crisis number that's going to go into effect. That's 988, but that's not going into effect until July. And until then, we've got the 1-800 number that will still remain live even after the 988. So I can get that for you, Representative.
Thank you.
Seeing no hands raised, I want to thank the witness for her testimony.
Thank you.
The committee calls Ken Norton.
Thank you, Chairman Abbas and committee members. My name is Ken Norton, and I'm a licensed independent clinical social worker in New Hampshire, and I'm the former executive director of NAMI New Hampshire. And I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 376. It's unfortunate that Senator Guider wasn't able to be here because he has a lot of great background to offer, but I'll do my best. By way of background for me, I've trained law enforcement officers off and on in New Hampshire for the past 35 years, and I've served as a subject matter expert for the Department of Defense, the Veterans Administration, the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration, and the Police Service of Northern Ireland. I serve on the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline Steering Committee closer to home. I was on Governor Sununu's Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency, LEAC Commission. And I've served on the legislative commissions tasked with addressing post-traumatic stress for law enforcement and first responders, as well as the one for military and veterans. Over the past several years, I've been involved in a number of high-level meetings regarding officer-involved shootings. And with the Attorney General and members of the Attorney General's office, the Department of Safety, New Hampshire State Police, Police Standards and Training, Department of Health and Human Services, Governor's Office, and concerned legislators. And these discussions resulted in the bill before you today. And I thank Senator Gaida and the other sponsors of this bill. The interest in this bill is several-fold, and it includes, as Holly Stevens stated, the high number of people with mental illness who are victims of officer-involved shootings in New Hampshire, and how training and policies could be improved to reduce the incidence of those shootings. And then the mental health impacts on the families of people who were killed or injured in an officer-involved shooting, as well as the mental health impacts on the officers themselves and on their families. The bill is two parts, as she explained. There's the crisis intervention team training component of it, and CIT, as it's called, is considered the gold standard for law enforcement and first responders relative to training about mental illness and de-escalation of a crisis. And the 2015 President's Task Force on 21st Century Policing recommended that every law enforcement officer receive the 40-hour crisis intervention team training. And there is some, as Holly mentioned, some current CIT training occurring in the state of New Hampshire by NAMI New Hampshire, together with Police Standards and Training, and also a component of it under a federal grant. But as Holly testified, the biggest barrier to getting people to the training, particularly for the smaller communities, is the cost of sending an officer for 40 hours and then having to backfill either with overtime or to pay for them to come. And that's part of what the fiscal note in this bill addresses. She mentioned the December 2021 three-part series in the Concord Monitor called Shots Fired, which recently won a national award. And I encourage you all to read that series. There's a link in my written testimony about the 60% of people in New Hampshire involved in officer-involved shootings with mental illness. And that series was three parts. The first part was sort of the how police came to be on the front lines of crisis intervention for people in a mental health or substance abuse crisis. And also, as Holly mentioned, that is transforming right now, but it's still certainly a key issue. And the second part was about the impact of the family whose loved one was killed by police. This was an incident in Meredith. And the third part of the series was actually focused on the officer. The officer has never returned to duty, has severe post-traumatic stress disorder from that incident, is disabled, and anxiety, and it has had a profound impact on him and his family. The purpose, I want to be clear about the second part of this bill, that the purpose of the committee would not be to review the determination of the Attorney General's office about whether a shooting was legally justified or not. The purpose would be to examine what happened before that, which might have averted the use of deadly force, and what lessons learned might be incorporated into policy and procedure, as well as improved training. And I would note that that the current reports by the Attorney General's office contain this boilerplate language in every report. And it says, the Attorney General does not investigate or opine on the particular procedures or tactics used by law enforcement officers. Instead, the Attorney General's review of officer-involved use of deadly force incidents consists of a criminal investigation which is limited to determining whether officers comply with the applicable law. And as a specific example, I mean, I think that the public wants to see some more accountability relative to officer-involved shootings, as do members of law enforcement. And the specific example which kind of was the catalyst for this coming forward was the shooting in Claremont, which occurred and the report from the Attorney General's office, which came out in August of 2021. And 144-page report. And I think one of the key questions, and there are many, and I have some more of them in my written testimony, but one of the key questions, and this was the question that Senator Gaida called me the next morning and said, why did the Claremont police fail to take this individual into protective custody or seek to do a compulsory mental status exam when they had contact with him 3.5 hours before the incident, which then resulted in the SWAT team being called? They observed him to be hearing voices, to be paranoid, and he admitted to having thoughts of suicide. And there are a number of other things that then transpired relative to the SWAT team being involved. I mean, another question I would ask is whether poking in the door of an individual who's known to be armed and paranoid with the pole of an armored vehicle is the best strategy for resulting in a peaceful resolution of this type of incident. But more questions about that in my written testimony. So the purpose of this committee would not be for shaming and blaming, but it would be to look at how we can reduce these incidents. And unless we look more carefully at these incidents, we're going to continue with the same outcomes we've had. And I would just note that New Hampshire has established similar confidential committees, statutory legislative committees for infant and child mortality, for suicide, for incapacitated and older adults. So all of these committees exist, and they do investigations in confidence, and they report out to particular sources what findings they have that might reduce the incidence of these types of things. So these fatality review committees already exist in the state through the Attorney General's office. And I, also want to clarify, I know that there have been some concerns expressed about this bill, but want to say very clearly that of those folks in attendance when the bill was crafted, which included the Commissioner of Safety, Commissioner of Health and Human Services, the Attorney General, Senator Gaida, Senator Rosenwald, Colonel from the State Police, that the agreement was that this is a study committee, that we're not getting into the details of who should be on the committee, how the committee should report out, what cases the committee should choose. We're really tasking the legislature with studying this and making those recommendations. I believe that Senate Bill 376 offers the opportunity to significantly improve law enforcement response to people in a mental health crisis and reduce the use of deadly force in our state and reduce the negative mental health outcomes both for officers involved and for their families. And I ask you to vote this bill as ought to pass, and I'd be happy to answer any questions people have.
Representative Muse?
Thank you very much for taking my question. I just have a question about the experience of other states. I know that these incidents have taken place not only in New Hampshire, but across the country. And one of the things I'm curious about is whether other states have taken a similar approach and whether you might know what the outcome has been of some of those commissions that have been set up.
Thank you for your question, and it's a great question. I do know that Maine established a public committee legislatively, and so it's not a confidential committee, but it is, and you can Google it and find it. It was established, I think, legislatively 2 years ago, and I believe they just started meeting last year to look at incidents of officer-involved shootings, and it names a number of different law enforcement and community players on that committee. The state of Connecticut recently, they legislatively created a position of an investigator general to look at these incidents in Connecticut, and they recently named the person that is going to take that position. It's a retired Chief Justice of their Supreme Court. So there are some of these committees in other states. Many of them are public, but some of them are not.
Representative Muse, recognized for a follow-up.
Thank you. So So part of the purpose of this committee would be to determine what type of structure might be most appropriate for New Hampshire, given the fact that there is some variability in other states, correct?
Yes, thanks for your question. That's correct.
Thank you.
Representative Pantelakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. But my question is, how do we decide, how does a police officer decide that a person has a mental problem? I mean, we have a right to have two people talking on our head, don't we, and things like that.
Thank you for your question, and yes, that can be a challenge, you know, and a challenge sometimes in many different ways. But that's a lot of what the crisis intervention team training, the CIT training, teaches, is how to recognize that, how to communicate effectively with somebody that may have a mental illness. I think that part of what's unfortunate about these incidents is in that 60% is many of these people were known to have a mental illness, and as the officers responding, dispatch is telling them, or they've been to that address multiple times, or you know, whatever. So but I think whether a person has a mental illness or not, de-escalation techniques and things that can that might avert the situation in a more peaceful manner are good skills to have in any crisis situation.
Thank you.
Representative Harry Cathright.
Thank you for taking my question. It's sort of on the same as my friend from the coast. My question is, what does CIT look like? And I think you kind of hit on it a little bit there, because crisis interventions training, but what does it actually look like when you guys are training the police department or wherever it is?
Yes, thank you for your question, and it's a really important question because it is internationally recognized, and there are parameters for what it is to look like. But I think one of the things that's important to know that's somewhat unique to CIT is that in New Hampshire, we use over 20 different faculty that come in over the course of that 40 hours, and almost an equal number of volunteers. And those volunteers are trained, and they're people with lived experience with mental illness. So in the role play scenarios, they may be called to deal with a person who's locked in the bathroom and says they're going to end their life by cutting their wrists. And they go through a role play of trying to talk to the person through the door to get them to open the door, and what works and what doesn't work. And then they're given feedback at the end. And then a lot of times that person who was leading the role play says, by the way, I was the person locked in the bathroom 5 years ago wanting to end my life. And I think it's really powerful or I was the mom who called about, you know, my son when he was threatening our family, you know. And I think it's very powerful to have that experience of communicating with other people and realizing that we are all, you know, potentially at risk of having a mental illness at some point in time, or feeling like our life isn't worth living. And it just really humanizes the situation. Those 20 faculty are very highly regarded folks in our state from a range of different law enforcement, mental health providers, family members, and other mental health service providers. So coordinating this, I mean, a lot of the questions are, well, why can't we just do, you know, multiple trainings and have, you know, whatever, or trained trainers? Because it's not the type of training in 40 hours where, you know, you're dealing with a PowerPoint or one trainer who's doing, or two trainers who are doing the training. It's coordinating this faculty, and many of the faculty volunteer. And so their ability to provide this training on an ongoing basis and to, you know, to participate is limited as well. So that's a good example, an idea of what crisis intervention team looks like in New Hampshire training.
Thank you.
Representative Bornay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And my understanding is it is not against the law to be mentally ill. And if you bring this incident of a man in Claremont demonstrating signs of schizophrenia or other mental illnesses, what gives what is the justification for a police officer to intervene in this incident?
Thanks for your question. Yeah, I mean, this is a very challenging part of the law relative to detaining somebody civilly for experiencing instances of mental illness. But the law does provide for law enforcement to take a person into protective custody if they believe that they're a danger to themselves or others, and or to fill out, which anybody can do, to fill out a compulsory mental status exam form to have the person brought into the emergency room to be evaluated, which would be likewise what, the police would be taking that person into protective custody to bring them in to have a mental health evaluation done by a mental health professional to see whether there was imminent danger and see whether they met the criteria for an involuntary emergency admission.
But can that intervention actually cause more distress for the individual than what they're now experiencing?
Thank you for the question. It's a great question. Depending on who you ask that question of, the answer would be yes or no. Yes, certainly an involuntary admission, and part of this is that typically that being taken into custody involves handcuffs. We've had a previous bill which we've passed in New Hampshire relative to the transport. If the person is determined to go to meet the criteria, that the transport might not involve handcuffs, but being taken to the emergency room or taken into protective custody involves handcuffs and being put into a police cruiser, which can be very traumatizing to that individual. It can also be life-saving. And I think it's really hard sometimes to sort out what that's going to be. But I think a lot of it also really depends on the response of the first responders, what their communication level is with the person, how they walk the person through, those next steps, and what the potential outcome will be.
Thank you.
Representative Newman.
Thank you. I noticed in your testimony you referenced a mandatory training that was not accomplished in a particular incident. Is that the CIT training, and would you be looking into the factors of why that wasn't accomplished and statewide, whether there is a problem, something like that? Or you also mentioned armored vehicles and those kind of tactics, how you should do that. So my question is, so you look at these instances because you look at these cases, and then you write a report, and the report goes back to someone, and then they either correct state laws if they're existent, and then or write new laws to meet whatever you find out and think ought to be fixed based on your study. Is that how it goes? How does it go from a report to actually having effect on correcting the problems that you find?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I think that there's several parts of it. So the first part was that recommendation that CIT be mandatory was from the President's 21st Century Policing Report. That was a national report. I will say that when the LEAC Commission, the Governor's Commission, Law Enforcement Accountability Community Transparency Commission discussed that, it was a consensus of that committee that it not be mandatory as part of the initial training at Police Standards and Training. I'll let Director Skippa maybe reference some of the complexities of that. But I think that, and I should say, back up a step and say NAMI New Hampshire does provide 16 hours, a block of 16 hours of training at Police Standards and Training for every recruit that comes through. Much of that is some of the basics of what crisis intervention team training was. I think in conversations we've had informally, if that were to be mandatory, it might be a lot better doing it a year out when they're, you know, when they're not sort of in that fire hose of training that comes through the academy. So, but, you know, I will also say that some departments have chosen to make CIT training mandatory in New Hampshire. They tend to be the larger departments that have more resources available to them. The second part of your question, I think, is a little more complicated, and I will try to answer, but I will preface it by saying that that's really what the study committee would look at, is, you know, making recommendations for how those reports would be issued, who would have access to those reports. But, you know, generally speaking, I don't think it would necessarily be legislative things that would be coming out of it. It would be recommendations about policies and procedures and training. And again, would defer to Director Skipper, but, you know, I know in conversations that we have had, that I've had with him, he's talked about the ability to use some of these incidents as part of the simulations that they do at the police academy, and particularly after there was some types of recommendations made about how things might have happened differently.
Thank you.
Representative Muse?
Yes, thank you for taking my question again. This has been something that has been out there, I think, since 2018 or 2019, according to the Concord Monitor article. And the article also says 60% of officer involved shootings do involve people with mental health issues. Something I'm curious about is, what have we seen in terms of results? So I guess we hear about the negative cases. We hear about the shootings. What are we not hearing in terms of how this intervention has actually helped officers handle these incidents more successfully and with better outcomes? Are there stories there that we should know?
Thanks for your question, and yes, it's a great question. There are a lot of stories about. I mean, one that comes to mind, I think it was the first CIT training that we did in the state, which was 3.5 years ago, and within several days, a state trooper pulled somebody over for speeding, and things escalated, and they were about to make an arrest. I don't remember the exact particulars, but realized that what they were dealing with was a mental health problem. And they instead brought the person to the emergency room. The person did say later that they were intent on killing themselves, and that, you know, that intervention saved their life. You know, unfortunately, as we know with the media, we focus on negative events rather than positive events. And as we look to try to change the culture relative to law enforcement, I keep talking about, you know, that we need to have ceremonies and have awards for law enforcement officers that do make these decisions that, you know, that end up with a positive outcome that might have gone the other way. So there are certainly many stories of how effective crisis intervention team training is in changing response of first responders after they've had the training.
Seeing no hands raised, I want to thank the witness for his testimony. Thank you. And just for the members of the public, know the sponsor of the bill, Senate Bill 376, he had a conflict in scheduling, so we are going to recess the hearing. He will be here sometime this afternoon to speak on the bill as well. Are there any members of the public present that wish to testify that have not already? So this time we will now recess the hearing on Senate Bill 376. At this time, we will now open the public hearing on Senate Bill 401.
The committee now calls Senator Morse.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chairman Abbas and members of the committee. I am Senator Chuck Morse, representing District 22, the towns of Salem, Pelham, Atkinson, and Plastow, I also serve as Senate President. I am here this morning to introduce Senate Bill 401 on behalf of a unanimous Senate. We have an opportunity to give the people of New Hampshire back some of their money. Because of sound fiscal management and New Hampshire's business-friendly climate, state revenues are producing a large surplus. Through March, revenues are over $250 million in projections. This has created the opportunity for the legislature to deliver property tax relief to working families across the state, helping them deal with rising costs. The property tax relief plan, included in Senate Bill 401, lowers local and county costs for schools, nursing homes, law enforcement, municipal road construction, bridge and wastewater projects. Those lower costs can be passed along to the taxpayer in the form of lower property tax rates. Senate Bill 401 includes $36 million of state aid bridge program, increasing funds available for design and construction of municipal bridge programs. Senate Bill 401 increases state road construction grants to cities and towns by $30 million. Senate Bill 1 also adds $1 million to the body worn and dashboard camera fund, doubling the amount we put in the established the fund last year. The program helps local law enforcement equip their offices with body worn dashboard cameras, enhancing accountability and public safety. Of that first million, it looks like we only have 114,000 left to allocate. In Senate Bill 401, it sends $67 million of our projected fiscal year 2022 surplus back to the taxpayers. Lastly, at the request of the Department of Transportation, we added language adding the department to operate dash cams in its fleet of vehicles. This does not negate restrictions on video surveillance at the turnpike toll plazas. When the state collects more revenue than it expects, we should return it to the taxpayers of New Hampshire. We should not use the surplus to increase the baseline of state spending. That is unsustainable and will leave us in a hole when the legislature starts putting together the next budget. With prices rising on everything from gas to groceries, New Hampshire families need a break. Providing property tax relief through Senate Bill 401 is how we can put a share of the state surplus in their pockets. This bill received a 24-0 vote in the New Hampshire Senate, and I'm hoping to receive a unanimous approval as well from the House. I thank you for your consideration and ask for your support of Senate Bill 401.
Representative Spitia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So obviously, I think, all of us here support making sure we have good bridges, good roads. The part that I think that really relates to us is the body cams and the dashboard cameras. How much? So I know we're getting $1 million, which, getting any money, any funding for it is great. How much would it cost to get, to make sure we actually implement the full-on program for the body cams and dash cams?
Well, the department's here to speak to that, but the piece of legislation that made this happen in the Senate had a $20 million estimate. It was about 3,300 offices. If you fully equip them, that was for 5 years.
Seeing no hands raised, thank you, Senator, for your testimony.
Thank you. Have a good day.
The committee calls Catherine Heck.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Catherine Heck. I represent the New Hampshire Municipal Association, and we are here to strongly support Senate Bill 401 as amended. Spending money on our bridges. We have currently a 10-year waiting list for our red-listed bridges and $6.8 million in the budget right now. So $36 million is going to go far to move forward some of those other projects that are in the queue. Our highways and roads, as you know, our highway block grants that this would fund will also help municipalities be able to continue with that road work that we know is so important. However, the only thing we're requesting is that some language be amended so that municipalities can in fact receive these funds as unanticipated money has to be accepted under RSA 3195B, and that provision has to be adopted by the legislative body. So in 2017, when similar legislation passed, they added this language that we've supplied to ensure that municipalities will be able to accept and receive these funds as our annual meetings we've just gone through our annual meetings, or we're about to have them, and these funds will become available in 22. And unfortunately, towns receiving those funds would not be able to use them because they can't accept them until 2023. So I can certainly take any questions you might have for me, and I thank you for your time, and we are excited for this legislation.
Representative Pantelakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does that law also cover the towns and cities being able to use this money for what they choose to use it for, such as a bridge or a road?
So as the grant, the monies would have to be accepted under the RSA through a public hearing, and they have to be used for what they were intended for. The language we're adding to the bill, as you can, if you read the written testimony I presented, would prohibit municipalities from supplanting. So just, they would have to supplement and move projects forward, do additional projects so that it is in fact getting the communities forward. This was the same language used in 2017, and they would have to use the funds for the purpose for which they were intended. So the highway block grant can only be used to maintain roads or purchase the equipment directly associated with maintaining roads, or for matching grants for, say, federal dollars. The bridge aid can only be used for bridge repair and reconstruction, and of course the body dash cam is a grant that you apply for, so it has a very specific purpose and can only be used in that manner.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative Bourdonnais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. The amendment you were talking about, is that 1330S?
I don't have any I didn't see any amended
It looks
language.
like the language you were talking about. We were represented it yesterday afternoon.
Representative,
That
just
wasn't shared with us.
in fairness to the witness, they asked the witness about an amendment that she doesn't have. If a member would like to hand it to the witness, and if the witness wishes to comment on said amendment, she will be welcome to.
Well, I did hear some discussion that this was being considered, and we just wanted to be sure. I certainly could take a few moments and ensure that it meets all the statutory requirements, but we were not aware that the amendment had actually gone through the Office of Legislative Services.
And just to clear, that amendment has not been approved. It was just literally handed to the committee about 5 minutes ago.
Oh, and that happens all the time. That's no problem, sir. So if I could just take some time to review that, we just want to make sure there's no holes or gaps, so these funds, if approved by the House, can be used for the purpose in which you all have intended. So may I email the chair of the committee after the meeting so I don't delay your hearing, sir? Or would you prefer that I testify again after I've had a moment?
If you wish to, I will, as a courtesy, I'll allow you to speak on the amendment if you wish it, and I'll call some other witnesses.
Thank you,
to
sir.
hear. This time the witness is excused.
The committee now calls Steve Lavoy.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Steve Lavoy, I'm the Director of Administration for the Department of Safety. The Department of Safety does not take any position on this bill as is, although we do support the use of body cameras throughout the state. I'm here to provide some information about the body camera grant program and answer any questions associated with that. As Senator Morse mentioned, the first round of funding was $1 million that was appropriated to the body camera and dash camera fund. There were 29 applicants. All 29 applications are receiving funding in some way, shape, or form, and there is approximately $114,000 remaining within that fund. So this bill would add $1 million to the dashboard and body camera fund, allowing us to go through with another grant another grant process. There's, as we mentioned, there were 29 applicants, over 200 municipalities in the state. We do believe that there are others that might be interested in submitting applications. And I'm happy to address any questions that you might have.
Representative Speedia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Just similar question that I asked earlier. How much would it cost to fully, to really pay for? I mean, I love the idea of grants and being able to provide some funding, but how much would it actually cost to, do it throughout the entire state of New Hampshire?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So as Senator Morse indicated, there's over 3,300 law enforcement officers in the state. During the Senate consideration for this bill, we worked with the Senate to come up with those estimates. The $20 million is the full cost amount. There were just questions about funding 50% of that, which would obviously bring it down to around 11 million. The only concern or consideration would be if the program were expanded to that size, we would have some additional staffing requirements. With $1 million, we feel comfortable that there won't be any additional staffing requirements to administer a second round of funding.
Representative Pantelakis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the past, we've been told that these body cameras would cost our cities and towns a lot of money in the future for the cloud. Is that covered in any way?
Yes, thank you for the question. The cost of storage of the data and the video is covered by the grants. It is a significant cost. The equipment is actually a small component if you look at the entire program, but this would fund the entire program, equipment and also data storage.
Thank you very much.
Representative Muse?
Yes, just have some questions about the status of the program. So there were 29 applicants. I would assume that there were 29 grants.
Yes, so there were 29 applicants. Each application was deemed eligible and has been funded in some way, shape, or form. I'm not saying each component was fully funded. There may have been a few individual elements that didn't meet the criteria, but every applicant is receiving some level of funding. Those were approved by the Commissioner of Safety this week, and we're moving forward with the grant process starting next week.
Follow up?
Representative Muse?
So an additional question would be, it sounds like we're funding body cams incrementally, which means body cams are probably getting into patrol cars and onto officers incrementally as well. What percentage of New Hampshire police officers, that the 2,300 that you referenced, do you think currently are equipped with body cams and dash cams?
I don't have the percentage of the 3,300. I don't have that figure.
Thank you.
Representative Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Would these cameras be used exclusively for law enforcement vehicles only?
Thank you for the question. They'd be law enforcement vehicles or body cameras.
Both.
Either or both. Yes. All of the above.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I understood you correctly, the larger part of the grant was going to data storage than to the equipment itself, which suggests to me that there is or would be a running cost for this over time. Could you, with respect to that $20 million figure that you've referred to, what part of that is a running cost that would be incurred each year?
So it varies. I don't have a good answer because each system is unique and different. And if I can clarify about the difference between the equipment and the data costs, each municipality may approach this in a different way. Some are looking at a leased option where the equipment is leased, the space is hosted for data storage, and that's a monthly payment structure. Some may choose to purchase cameras outright, purchase servers, and store data locally. So this grant program allows the local law enforcement entity to decide which model meets their needs the best. So the answer really depends upon which direction they go in. In either way, data storage becomes the big ongoing question. How long do you maintain the video? How much space is required? And that's an ongoing cost. If you purchase the equipment, you'll need to replace that maybe every 3 to 5 years based on other technological equipment replacements. But your storage costs will continue throughout that period.
I see no hands raised. I want to thank the witness for his testimony.
Thank you.
The committee now calls David Rodriguez.
I believe.
All right, I think that's right. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name's David Rodriguez, Director of Operations for the Department of Transportation. Thank you for hearing my testimony this morning. I also want to thank Senator D'Alessandro and Senator Morse for the amendment to 401 that amends RSA 236-130. So if you look at the bill, there is a section 4 amending highway surveillance prohibited, exception for dash cams in New Hampshire DOT fleet vehicles. RSA 236-130 prohibits video surveillance and, as written, prevents the department from installing a dashboard camera in any of our vehicles and recording that image. This amendment will allow the department to install the cameras, to record the video, and to store the video for 3 days. The amendment allows storage of particular video for longer than 3 days if requested by the Department of Transportation or another legal entity. Dashcam video and retention of selected segments is important to the Department of Transportation as well as New Hampshire citizens and visitors in that it will allow us to better manage an incident with a person in the vehicle threatening or causing harm to our employees, a complaint by person that our staff was inappropriate, a hit and run vehicle that sideswipes or hits our vehicle or employee. We are assisting DOT internal training, assuring we are assisting the vehicle per protocol. We will use it for public safety campaigns to urge drivers to slow down and move over as required in RSA 265-37A. And a future goal would be to have the video linked to our Transportation Management Center video wall so we can keep an eye on our service patrol folks who are out there alone in dangerous circumstances. I've distributed several pictures of damage to service patrol vehicles caused by drivers who have refused to slow down and move over when approaching our vehicles. Believe it or not, there have been motorists that have hit our vehicles or people and continued to travel without stopping. One of these times occurred a year or two ago when one of our patrol foremen was struck by a vehicle when removing debris from the roadway. Fortunately, he was able on his own to call for help. You may have seen the video recently on Channel 9 of a strike of one of our service patrol vehicles on March 11, 2022 on WMUR. We are thankful that our driver and the tow truck operators working on a broken down vehicle in front of our driver was unharmed. In addition to the many flashing amber lights, this vehicle was also equipped and had deployed a large message sign on the back of the vehicle. Thank you for your consideration of this amendment, and I am hopeful you will pass the bill to allow the use of dashboard cameras as a tool to better protect our people and the public, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Pratt?
Hello, I'm over here.
Oh.
On the bridge money, does that have to go through the 10-year plan, or would this be expedient?
So the bridge money would not have to go through the 10-year plan. That would be money that will be available to the towns and communities as once the bill is
Good.
passed through the regular bridge program, state bridge aid program.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Rodrigue. It's a little unusual to have highway funding coming through this. Can you educate the committee a little bit about how many bridges could be accelerated with this money and how many miles of municipal road could be repaired with this?
Right. So please forgive me. I'm not here fully educated and able to speak on the bridge aid or the block grant aid funding. I am more here to support the amendment. So any estimation I would give would be purely speculation.
Representative Marston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. Listening to your testimony, I came up with this question. Has there been opposition to cameras being within your department?
There certainly were some privacy concerns, particularly as we deployed what we call our intelligent transportation system, which includes cameras on high mast poles on the interstate and so forth, and also as we deployed cameras through our toll system for toll enforcement. There were some privacy concerns that those devices could be used to surveil individuals, and there's recording prohibitions to protect against that, in which exceptions have been made for the department when it's necessary for the department's operations.
You're recognized, Representative.
In regards to that, who was the opposition? Somebody such as the ACLU or others? Thank you.
Representative, in fairness to the witness, he should, it's probably fair for the witness to testify on his own behalf or on behalf of whatever organization he's here for. He's not here on behalf of the ACLU or, so I would respectfully.
Okay.
Representative Burt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess that's what I'm looking at is the privacy part. Now, for the 3 days that you have this video, could it be downloaded to another server and then you scrub it, but it will be out there forever, on this other server?
So could somebody maliciously, nefariously record the video on another device and keep that?
No, could you? Could your department? 'Cause I'm assuming that
right, okay,
that the
thank you.
for the 3 days it's somewhat
Yes.
secure. I mean, of
Yes.
course, hacks can get in.
Right.
So it's going to be secure for 3 days, but then it has to be deleted.
Right.
In between those 3 days, could you or the
Yes.
police or some government agency grab that and say, you know what, you'll delete it eventually, but we're going to store it over here?
Yes, we could. Yes, we could, and that permission is written into the wording. So if we were to have some video, for instance, that showed a hit and run vehicle in which we could identify that vehicle, we would definitely turn that over to police. If we had other video that would be valuable for our training of other employees for how to park on the shoulder and so forth, we would save that as well, being very careful because we do understand the privacy concerns, being very careful not to provide any information that would violate that. But I can assure you, in no way would this video be of such a quality and such a use to keep track of where people are traveling on our highway.
Thank you.
Representative Spitia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Do you also, like, you have other incidents with, let's say, snow plows or things like that, where it comes to, where we have accidents, and how handy would it be with, to have these dash cams?
We do have those instances, and it's quite common for many states around the country that do not have the same unique privacy concerns as New Hampshire has at some times to use dash cams in those videos. They then put those to a public website where the public can actually log in, see where the snowplow is, and see what they see as they're treating the roadway. People find that quite helpful for road condition information and so forth. And I assure you that they are not violating privacy when they're doing that. This video is not of that quality.
Seeing no hands raised, I want to thank the witness for his testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public who wish to testify that haven't testified already, or if you have testified already and wish to speak to an amendment that's been floating around?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for offering me the flexibility and the opportunity to review the amendment that was presented to you all. So the amendment as presented is very similar to the language that we are presenting. I did want to point out a very minor technicality on line 9 and 18. It uses the word town rather than political subdivision, and town is not a legally defined term in the RSA, so we just would like to be very clear. And Section 3 of the body cam is not addressed in this amendment, and we would just ask that the language that we provided or similar be added so that towns who wish, and municipalities, political subdivisions who wish to apply for these funds, again, prior to, if they're available in 2022, they have the opportunity to apply for these funds if they have not adopted the provisions of 3195B. And we did put in there that this provision would expire in at the end of fiscal year 2023. So on June 30th of 2023, giving towns the opportunity to then plan differently if they wish to apply for these funds. So we ask for that 1-year opportunity, that if communities would like this, to apply for this $50,000 grant, that they may have the opportunity to do so in the next 18 months. If it pleases the chair, I could answer a previous question or provide some information about town bridges and aid that was asked earlier.
You may speak freely.
Thank you. So currently we have a list created by the state of our red listed bridges. I'd be happy to email the committee that list. We have $6.8 million in this biennium budget per year for the next 2 years to help assist the communities with these red listed bridges. There is a small match program. What this bill does is give 425% more to that program. And each bridge, of course, is going to cost a different amount of money. So how far along the list they would get is going to be determined on the size of each project. But I can certainly send you the list of approximate over 100 bridges that are on this red list as of 2022. And in the highway block grant funds, in this biennium budget, we have $34 million per year allocated to towns based on partly their population against the state population and miles of road, class 4 and 5 road in their community. And that's how the funds are apportioned. And I'd be happy to also send you the schedule so you can see what each community gets in dollars if you'd like to see that information.
Representative Pratt.
Hello. I I have a question, that you were talking about the highway block grant and that information is available. Is that available online or is that something you'd send out?
It is also available online on the DOT website. It does take a little bit of clicking to get there. That's why I'm happy to just provide it to the committee if it's the pleasure of the chair. As well as the red listed bridges. That's also available online. These are public documents.
I think that'd be very helpful. Thank you.
Representative Roy?
Thank you. Up here.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. If you're aware, does the state provide a grant program to municipalities for body armor?
I am not as well versed as I should be in all public safety and criminal justice grants. There have been at different times. And do you mean bulletproof vests?
Yes, that's what I mean.
I do know my own police department at different times has received grant funding for those types of things, but I think there's people in the audience that might be better versed to speak to how that works than myself.
Thank you.
Representative Burt?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When you send the list of the red listed bridges, is there any way you could separate, I'm trying to think how to word it, what is really ready to fall into the river, and then also what is just out of compliance with today's standards? Because I remember the town I grew up in Vermont, they had these two bridges for red listed. A flood came through, moved them a couple inches, but when the guys showed up to take them down, they said these bridges would have lasted another 100 years because they didn't come down. So I was just wondering, but they were on the red list. So is there any way to, but they weren't in compliance with today's standards. Is there a way to do that?
So I'm with the Municipal Association and the DOT, and their engineers do a great job of going around and determining priority need, and bridges get allocated funds based on priority need, and the list I'll send you will indicate that, but that is out of our scope to be able to determine who would get funding first. That's a state, in the state jurisdiction.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Representative?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would you agree with me that a red list bridge can no longer simply be functionally obsolete, as the representative from Goffstown referred to, but it has to be structurally deficient as well in at least one axis?
That is my personal understanding of how the process works, sir, but I am not an expert in this area.
Seeing no hands raised, I want to thank the witness for her testimony.
Well, thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the representative for providing her copy of the amendment. I appreciate your time today.
Are there any members of the public who wish to testify that have not testified already? Seeing no hands raised, at this time, we will now close the public hearing on Senate Bill 401. There we go. Yeah, if the next public hearing is scheduled for 11:15, if I can just address the committee, I know I didn't do this the last time we were scheduled to be here, but prior to that hearing, we had the passing of the former chair of this committee, and if anyone wanted to take any time of personal privilege to make any comments, it's a public hearing, and the floor will be yours. You'll be recognized. I can start if it makes it easier. I know last term was my first term, and I served with Representative Cushing, and he was the chairman of this committee. And believe it or not, he taught me a lot. I didn't use everything that he taught me to make his life easier, but when I asked him why he would do such a thing, he said it was about public service. So I carry that with me, and I sometimes try to explain procedures to some other reps to then use that to make my job more difficult. But again, it's about public service. So that's what I learned from serving with Representative Cushing, and that always meant a lot to me. So if anyone else wishes to make any comments, they will be so recognized. He also gave me some good advice. When I was appointed as chair, the one thing he said was, don't mess with the dean. That's the only advice he gave me, and that's why I never mess with you, Laura.
He was really a great person. Really worked for his constituents and for the whole state of what and the death penalty thing that I was opposed to for years. But I finally changed my mind. That's right.
And that one vote mattered. Any other members wish to represent Muse?
I had interesting experience with Representative Cushing, having covered him as a reporter during his Seabrook days, and looking at New Hampshire from afar over the years. I was out of state. I had a 25-year gap between the jobs I had in New Hampshire the first time and when I came back. And one of the things that surprised me was how, after so much time, he was still at it. Not only trying to fight the good fight around energy, around things like nuclear power, but had expanded it into areas like the death penalty. And I know not all of us were always on the same page. I think even some of us Democrats sometimes were not necessarily always on the same page with everything that he advocated for. But we had great admiration for his passion. And one of the things that he also did that I admired as a new legislator was he made it a point to become skilled when it came to things like parliamentary motions and understanding how the process worked. He clearly loved the New Hampshire House. His work with the Anniversary Committee, was really amazing. And it's an interesting thing to leave a place in your late 20s and come back in your late 50s and to find some of the same people still in place and still making a difference. And he was somebody who, through his entire life, made a difference for the state and made a difference for the people around him. And I know I miss him every day, and I grieve for his family and for the state. He was an amazing individual, and we're not going to see too many more like him come this way again.
Well, like I said on the floor of the House, I've known Rennie since the Seabrook days. And we're on different sides of the fence then. One of the things I always admired about him is trying to do things for the public good. Most of the time, I think most of us have that same goal. We're all here for the same reasons. Sometimes those goals differ. I always respected them, and I liked them, even though I didn't agree with him all that often. He was a good man. Thank you.
Well, if at this time we're going to be in recess to 11:15, but if at any point in the day any other members wish to take a moment of any personal privilege on that topic, they would be so recognized. Yes, the committee will be in recess to 11:15.
On the which one? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, what I'm looking at, is the privacy part of.
Oh, yeah, well, that's another, yeah.
Yeah.
Appropriation process.
Yeah, no, the bridges, I understand, some.
Okay. I'll never forget, when first time you testified, we went over time. Committee got over that.
Well, because of the little,
Because of the other type.
the body.
I just don't want to go along.
We've got a couple.
He's going
in
there.
housing
When we come
the last
back,
couple
I
of
want to
weeks.
show you. I found out what I was looking for.
No, it's good to have that resource.
He probably didn't see us.
It is an art.
Picture him being, these two clowns are arguing like kids.
Won't shut up.
Committee will come to order. This time, we will now open the public hearing on Senate Bill 456, establishing a law enforcement conduct review committee in the Police Standards and Training Council and making an appropriation. Therefore, excuse me.
The committee calls Grant Bossy on behalf of Senator Carson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, for welcoming me back. A utility player has to play a lot of positions, and today I am subbing in for Senator Carson, here to introduce SB 456 on her behalf. She is the prime sponsor. This bill establishes the Law Enforcement Conduct Review Committee within the New Hampshire Police Standards and Training Council. It appropriates $350,000 in FY23 to fund it. This stems from a recommendation in the final report of the New Hampshire Commission on Law Enforcement Accountability, Community, and Transparency, known as LEACT, to find a way to review and receive complaints of alleged misconduct against law enforcement officers. This bill is the result of that work. The House has already passed parallel legislation, and this bill helps consolidate the goals of the House and the Senate, along with the various stakeholders who helped craft this consensus solution. SB 456 received the unanimous support of the Senate Judiciary and Finance Committees and cleared the Senate twice on a voice vote. Senator Carson asks for your support of this pragmatic, bipartisan approach to how New Hampshire handles complaints of police misconduct. If you have any questions for Senator Carson, I will make sure she gets you an answer, but I would defer to the stakeholders behind me today. Thank you again for allowing me to bring this in on behalf of Senator Carson.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank
and
you.
Introducing the bill.
The committee now calls Matt Broadhead.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. I learned about this this hearing about 15 minutes ago, so I'm sorry if I'm not as prepared as I would like to be, but I have testified on similar bills before you, on a similar bill before you, HB 1682. This bill is functionally verbatim. There is one change that I'd flag for the committee. There was an amendment in the Senate version, which is on page 3 of the bill. Lines 34, 35, and 36 were added. I believe it was after the inquiry of Senator Khan, who thought it would be a good idea to define administrative suspension. And so there's a definition in there that was added. Other than that, it's basically verbatim. There wasn't the House bill. When I went to Finance Committee, they slashed the appropriation in half. The idea being is that the effective date was January 1st for this legislation, and that there would only need 6 months of funding for the end of the biennium. So that was their prerogative on that. I believe that's the version that had ended up passing the full House. So other than that, this bill is verbatim to HB 1682, which this committee passed unanimously, which the House had passed unanimously. So therefore, it serves the same purpose, which is to provide oversight and accountability in investigations into police misconduct, increase transparency for confirmed violations of police misconduct. It promotes consistency and uniformity among police departments as to what constitutes reportable misconduct, and it balances all of these important interests with maintaining the privacy interests of individual police officers who are the subject of frivolous complaints, but it also allows local police chiefs to maintain local control over their employee discipline matters. Feedback that we've heard on all of these issues from diverse community stakeholders. This was the brainchild of the Governor's LEACT Commission, and it brought together people from all over the community, and both law enforcement and non-law enforcement. And this was a unanimous recommendation from that committee as well to stand this thing up. There's about 2 years of work that went into this piece of legislation with a diverse group of people, and it strikes a much needed balance and makes great progress in an area that New Hampshire has already been a leader on, which is increasing accountability in policing, but doing it in New Hampshire's way. So that's about all I have for today. I'd be happy to take questions from the committee.
There being no questions, thank you.
Thank you.
The committee now calls John Skippa from Police Standards and Training. Say it right?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is John Skippa. I am the Director of New Hampshire Police Standards and Training. I am privileged to be able to say that I was both part of the LEAC Commission and then the committee that was appointed by the governor to further work on developing this very bill that is in front of all of you today. I speak in its support, and I would echo all of the comments that Attorney Broadhead brought to your attention, and I certainly stand ready for any questions or concerns that you might have that I could answer.
Question to the chair, is there any advantage that you see to this particular bill over the House version?
It is my understanding that the two bills as amended are duplicative. They are exactly the same, except for I think the funding, which was the only difference.
Thank you. Representative Panelakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director, could you kind of walk me through how this works? Does this take it away from the chief's level, or how it works?
Thank you for that question. And that you make a terrific observation. We really wanted to balance the interests of making sure that the local police chief had we did not take away any authority from that local police chief to handle his or her employees. And really this, as this bill is designed, it's really a belt and suspender kind of situation where the investigation would occur at a local level, and then that investigation, just to provide objective review, would then come to the misconduct committee, that they could look at it in a very objective way and make sure that it was done appropriately, that the allegation was addressed, and the facts were found or sought out, and that the facts resulted in the ultimate finding of that investigation, whether it's sustained or not sustained. But we wanted to make sure that we did not in any way impede on that local chief law enforcement officer.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Another question of the chair, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
What is there a mandatory reporting requirement by chiefs for once they make a disciplinary action against an officer to you?
Within this bill, sir?
Yes.
Yes. The bill would require that in the first instance, we'll have some outward facing ways to collect allegations and complaints. And then we would document that it came in. We would then refer that to the chief law enforcement officer with the understanding that the chief law enforcement officer will then conduct that internal investigation. And then the results of that would come back to the conduct review committee. They would review that. There's going to be an attorney that is going to run that review. If the committee felt that it was not done appropriately, or there was more facts that needed to be sought out, we would have investigators that would come and help that local police chief do that. Likewise, this bill also provides a mandatory report. So if somebody goes directly to the chief and says, hey, one of your officers acted inappropriately, and we feel that falls within the definition of misconduct, they would have to report that they received that complaint and that they are following up on an internal investigation. And then the same process would hold true. Once that IA is completed, it would come to our review committee. It would be vetted to make sure that it was done appropriately, that the facts support the finding. And then, if need be, then that attorney would bring an action to Police Standards and Training Council on that officer's certification. And so it kind of, it helps separate the investigative function from the those folks that are going to be making the ultimate decision on the officer's certification.
Thank you. And so if an officer is being investigated and the officer chooses to resign, the reporting requirement cannot be waived. Is that correct?
That is correct. And in fact, presently, that's how we handle it. We still require that that police chief report to us that the particular officer was a target of an IA and that they resigned during an investigation or in lieu of termination. So we try to be as very transparent as possible collecting that information. And we have, in furtherance of that, we're trying to work through our administrative rules and our process to make those kinds of records, public. That is, we still have some work ahead of us with regard to that, but we do try to respond to any kind of 91A request with regard to that, balancing the interest of the officer.
Representative Panelakis?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can a, excuse me for so many questions.
Not at all.
But can a citizen from the town or city that the police officer is in come to you with this problem before the chief?
Absolutely. And we would take that complaint, and then by virtue of this bill, then we would let that police chief know this is what happened and it needs to be investigated. Or we may take the complaint and it may not fit the definition of misconduct as outlined in this bill. So as inclusive as we want to be to make sure we're addressing misconduct, if it's a in-house issue, if it's a personnel issue, if it's a performance issue like work, those would not come under the purview of this committee.
I just think it would have been better for Portsmouth had you been around to do this. Thank you.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Representative Marston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering about, in the bill, is there guidelines for people that make false testimonies or false accusations? And is there a follow-up where they're prosecuted or brought to justice?
That is a topic that law enforcement has had to deal with forever. And during my experiences as a law enforcement officer and running a police department, there was always that notion of making sure that people are telling the truth when they file a report. And if they file a false police report, they do extend themselves into the liability of being subject to being criminally charged for that. I think it's important to really make sure that if the charges were going to be brought, that it was clearly falsely reported because they were trying to cause harm to the officer, as opposed to just their perception of what may have happened. And that's that's something that we deal with every day. So there does need to be a lot of common sense applied to this if we're going to charge somebody for filing a false report. But that is available, absolutely.
So my follow-up question, there is guidelines within this that cover that?
I don't believe that there's guidelines specific to this, but this bill does not negate the ability for us to bring forward charges of an unsworn falsification or a report that's not accurate, we could bring those charges under state law.
Thank
If-
you.
If I may clarify, it currently exists within the law to bring a charge for a false statement, so it's not required in the bill. Representative Newman, you had a question.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you. Does this, would this have any work in collaboration with the local police commissions, or is it a totally separate thing, or do you work collaboratively? Thank you.
Yeah, that's a wonderful question, and candidly, I will tell you that I don't know that that came up during the conversation when we were fashioning this bill. I don't believe that we brought that topic up, and I think really our concern was to make sure that we were not excluding the chief law enforcement officer who has the statutory authority and responsibility to manage the employees under his or her control. I don't know how that interaction would occur based on the bill as it is presented. I mean, candidly, we're all in this together, and we would all need to work together to make sure that a police officer that commits misconduct as defined is held accountable for that. And if that would include a local police commission to be part of that discussion, then I'm sure that would happen. But it is not addressed in the legislation as proposed.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
To be clear, though, if there is a reporting requirement from a chief to a police commission, this bill would not in any way negate that or waive that, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. My understanding is, just to clarify, the false accusation law, that it's virtually never used. So do you know when the last time anybody's ever been charged with it? Because it is so vague, or I guess this is what I'm being told, that it's very vague that I may believe what I wrote, but it's really a lie. And all I have to do is go to court and say, I believe what I wrote, and it's pretty much a done deal. It's dismissed.
I thank you for your question, sir. I cannot speak with any accuracy with regard to when the last time anyone has ever been charged with that. I can tell you in my experience as a police chief and as a police officer, there were times when an investigation was launched because of an allegation made, and it turned out during the investigation that the allegation was false. And if we could prove that beyond a reasonable doubt, and we felt that the culpability of that false report was such to cause harm, then we felt confident to bring those charges forward. There are some times when people they know the truth as their own perception of what they saw, and again, going back to my earlier comment, there are sometimes that the spirit of the law would not apply in a case where maybe a report was filed in a passionate way, where they really were not lying in so much as they were speaking from their own perspective. I would tell you that when emotions are high, people believe that they said and did things. And when we look at video of that same event, oftentimes it is different because human beings are involved. So I don't know if that answers your question, sir, but I appreciate the question.
It does, and thank you. That's why I love body cameras.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Quick question to the chair. When you move against an officer's certification, what's the standard of proof?
Presently, it's beyond a preponderance of the evidence. So it would be the same level of proof needed to prove a civil case in trial. It is not that higher burden of beyond a reasonable doubt.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else here wishing to testify on this bill who has not yet testified? There being none, I will now close the public hearing on this bill, and the committee will be in recess until, give me a minute. 1:45. on SB 299.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the House Criminal Justice Committee. For the record, my name is Sharon Carson, and I have the pleasure of representing Senate District 14, comprising the towns of Londonderry, Hudson, and Auburn. And I have for your consideration this afternoon Senate Bill 222, which addresses the elements required for charging a felony or misdemeanor escape. This bill was amended when Senate Judiciary had it, and it amends the penalty for escape. And this was a request of the Department of Corrections. A change in the statute in 2015 hindered the state's ability to consistently or successfully prosecute individuals that escape from state facilities. This bill, as amended, corrects that issue moving forward, enacting clear and appropriate lines about the penalties that are in place when an individual escapes, whether or not force is used. And again, this language was a compromise between the Department of Corrections and law enforcement to address concerns that were raised. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I will conclude my testimony. There are individuals from the Department of Corrections here, as well as law enforcement, to talk about this bill, and will probably answer your questions better than I can. So thank you very much.
Thank you. For the record, it's SB 299.
I thought I said SB
No,
299.
you said 222, but that's okay.
Oh,
I just
okay,
wanted to clarify.
sorry. I apologize. 299. Thank you.
The committee now calls Lynn Cusack, New Hampshire Department of Corrections.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Lynn Marie Cusack, and I am the Department of Corrections Director of Professional Standards. In that role, I am also General Counsel, or perform General Counsel duties to the Department of Corrections, coming from about 18 years at the New Hampshire Department of Justice. I'm here today, and I thank Senator Carson for introducing this bill. I'm here today to talk to you about why the Department of Corrections is in need of an amendment to it. My assistant, or another attorney that does legislative affairs for us, submitted yesterday to you testimony. I do have copies of that testimony if I'm free to pass that out. Or thank you. Just start this way. I apologize. I did not catch the error in the 2 line. I still had it as the Senate Judiciary, and I again apologize. I should have caught that and made it the House Judiciary, or excuse me, the House Criminal Justice. Why this is important for the New Hampshire Department of Corrections. What we have seen since 2015, when there was an amendment to the bill, is an issue with the any county prosecutor wanting to prosecute an escape from one of our facilities. In that the penalty for an escape where there is no force or injury used, or excuse me, no force used or injury sustained to the person or others that were escaping, is a misdemeanor. And in a misdemeanor, we have someone, for example, that might walk away from one of our halfway houses and go on a crime spree. Now, they could be picked up and certainly charged with those crimes from the crime spree, but they would only be facing a 1-year sentence on the escape, in that it's only a misdemeanor. And what county prosecutors do sometimes is they just don't bring those charges, or they'll bring the charge, get a conviction, but the sentence is stand committed time. It's not an additional sanction on top of whatever else they're serving. So it doesn't serve as a deterrent to individuals from leaving the halfway house or even administrative home confinement and not checking back in. We can't necessarily, on that individual that doesn't have a crime spree that's committed while they're absconded from our jurisdiction or from our security, if they don't do that, there's no charge that is then associated with it because again, county prosecutors are reluctant to bring any additional charge when it's only a misdemeanor. Where this becomes critical to us is when it's not just the halfway house, but when it is somebody that escapes from potentially behind the walls without using force. And if I can bring you back to a time, and many of you may have seen the movie, or which is a real life documentary on the escape from Dannemora, which is a New York facility, a Clinton correctional facility in New York State, where two individuals escaped from that facility without using force. They dug through tunnels, and this was just back in 2014, I believe. They dug through tunnels where the heating system went through and came out on the other side of the facility up through a manhole. Now, if that was New Hampshire and that's all that happened, those individuals would only have been charged with a misdemeanor. That's a concern, that there is no deterrent to any such action. This wasn't a problem until 2015. And in 2015, the statute changed to only make it a misdemeanor. It used to be a Class B felony if there was no force used. In 2015, the legislative history shows that an individual who was arrested, a young woman arrested fleeing a party where she was under 21 that had beer at the party, was charged with an escape from that detention and was charged with that Class B felony. And people were concerned that that type of behavior would lead someone to a Class B, having a sentence of a Class B felony. We are trying to rectify that, working with law enforcement, to the bill that you see today, so that it is a Class B felony for those individuals that are previously sentenced and incarcerated. And that's all we're asking to do. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Question from the chair. It would seem also that if you were to pursue somebody who is escaping, you're not allowed to cross state lines to pursue for a misdemeanor, but you are for a felony. So technically, is it not true that you'd actually have to stop at the Vermont border and watch them continue on into the sunrise?
That is correct. And it's also difficult for a misdemeanor to get a warrant out of New Hampshire for New England. We had an individual, for example, that walked away from our halfway house, went all the way to Virginia. And it's in the testimony, his girlfriend helped him by renting a car for him, by renting a hotel the first night, by getting a weapon for him. And at first we could not get that warrant New England wide, and then East Coast wide. It took some doing to finally be able to get that warrant because it was only a misdemeanor where there was no force that was used.
Any other questions? Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You brought up Dannemora. Now, when those two broke out with assistance from prison staff, what would the fine be over there? I know that I think both of them ended up dead. But
one did not. One's back.
One did survive?
Yes,
Oh,
one's
okay.
back in the facility.
What would the crime been there? Would it have been a felony or was it a misdemeanor?
It was a felony for the escape. And then obviously that one that died, he did shoot at state police during the time. So there were other crimes that were committed. The one that was brought back in was only on the run or on the lam, so-called on the lam, for that period of time and had a felony escape charge when he came back.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Representative Gathright, did you have a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for taking my question. I was just observing, but I didn't read this whole chapter here, but in line 6, when it talks about juvenile correction facility, is that current law, correct? I was just surprised to read juvenile.
Yes, that's already in law. There's no change to that. It's just the phrase before it where we inserted regardless of whether force is used. So current law reads the offense is a Class B felony if the actor was on parole. And it's that last line because of the entire section where it says if no physical force was used, it is a Class A misdemeanor. And that's where the county attorneys are saying, without the language that we've asked for, they will only ever prosecute it as a misdemeanor when no force is used. So the language, regardless of whether force is used, corrects that dichotomy that would exist.
Representative Espedia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for taking my question. How often do escapes happen in our facilities?
Certainly. So in the last 5 years, we have had 30 walkaways. Now so it's about 5 to 6 a year. Those walkaways range from anything to gone a number of hours to gone, in one case, the one case where I mentioned the individual in Virginia, 3 months. There was another month where an individual walked away from one of our halfway houses, got a ride with, again, a girlfriend. The girlfriend and he made their way through Atlantic City down to Tennessee and into Texas. And it was almost a month before we brought that individual back. At a good cost, too, to try to get them back here.
Question from the chair. People on an electronic monitoring bracelet, would it constitute an escape if they were to cut that off and leave?
Yes. So that's what we're saying in here. Anybody that what we say is administrative home confinement, somebody that has that electronic monitoring bracelet. We have had a case of that sort where the individual, we say absconded, it's an escape, cut their bracelet off. It sent warnings that it was off. We went to find him, could not find him, did some investigation. He had left and was in Massachusetts with a loved one.
Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You brought up a question in my head. If to have home confinement, you couldn't be charged with a misdemeanor and be home on an ankle bracelet, can you?
I believe the statute in 651, I think it is 18, allows the county facility to send people out on administrative home confinement with an ankle bracelet, yes. Criminal sentencing with a felony, they have to show that they have been of good behavior, and we have to get court approval to allow that administrative home confinement to occur. A little different for the county facilities.
Follow up. Thank you. So somebody with a misdemeanor could be home with an ankle bracelet, and if they cut it off, they're now a felon.
Good question. I'm not certain of that. I think we did consider that they would be they could be charged with that Class B felony for absconding from administrative home confinement. Yes, that is correct.
All right, thank you.
Representative Muse.
Thank you. In the New York case, my understanding is that the two offenders are being held for very serious charges. What I don't understand, if we look at the 30 folks that have affected escapes over the last 5 years, what are the charges like, and where are they escaping from? Are most of them convicted of fairly minor charges, walking away from halfway houses, or are we talking about serious felons escaping from prison facilities?
So of those 30 that I have told you about in the last 5 years, none of them were from behind the walls of our prison. They were all from either the transitional housing unit, our THU, or a temporary work center, the TWC. So THUs would include Calumet House down in Manchester, where we see quite a few. And I'll explain what those are and potentially who those people could be. Our Shea Farm, which is our women's halfway house, we have no walkways from Shea Farm. Guess I'll leave that alone. And North End House is another THU, transitional housing unit, right next to the prison in Concord. We've had a few from there. And then the transitional work center, which is next to the North End House. They are individuals that are not classified as they are C2s still. They are not classified as C1, being our lowest classification level, minimum security. And they work, for example, you might see them if you drive along Main Street, you might see them wearing the orange vests, cleaning parking lots, or walking up to the farm, or the walking to the shop where we sell industries products. They work in those locations. And what happens on one occasion, we know that somebody left the TWC to walk up there. A car met them. We had some advance notice because of phone calls that we were listening to, and were able to stop that person before they absconded. In other cases, we don't have that good intelligence or advance notice, and they may get in that car and drive away with someone. Those individuals could be charged with murder and are now, they were serving a 30-year sentence, say, and they're now 2 years outside. They've served 28 years, have 2 years left, and they could walk away. They could be someone that is a sexual predator. They could be somebody just with substance abuse issues and were charged with controlled drug possession. So it's the gambit of individuals.
Thank you.
Representative Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. A number of years ago, there was 2 people who escaped from the prison. And I think one of them ended up dead, and the fellow who helped them out, he committed suicide. But we did an investigation of that, and we found out that the guards in the towers had no ammunition in their firearms. Do you know if that has been corrected?
Unfortunately, I don't know the status of the weapons that when they're in the towers. I don't even want to make an assumption to you. I would believe that they have ammunition, but I cannot sit here and tell you with 100% certainty that's the case.
Follow up? During that investigation, we also found out that they were tipped off about the escape, that they found wire cutters between the fences. This is on the north side of the prison, right near where the other activity takes place. I forget what it is now. But they ignored all the tips. I'm assuming that we have good investigative material over there.
So under my purview as the Director of Professional Standards, I do have 14 investigators who are very hardworking individuals who listen to phone calls, and many times, and I would say the majority of the time, stop something before it happens. There are instances in which the intelligence either is not there, or New Hampshire has the second largest call volume of any facility, meaning the ability to make phone calls for residents through their tablets or through payphones of any facility in the country. So we cannot listen to the 30,000 hours of phone calls that occur on a monthly basis.
Thank you.
Representative Bourdonnais.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. I'm a little puzzled by the language in this bill, because it says on line 4, the offense is a Class B felony regardless of whether force is used. And then on line 9, it says in all other cases, if no physical force was used by the actor or no persons other than the actor sustained bodily injury, the offense is a Class B misdemeanor. I don't understand.
So the regardless of whether force is used is modifying those actors if they were on parole, subject to a bail order, or a prisoner. In all other cases would be that individual, for example, that was detained, that young woman that I talked about earlier who was at an underage at a drinking party. That would be in that case, in all other cases. So the qualifier or the modifier is in cases, regardless of whether force is used, if they were a prisoner, a parolee, somebody on administrative home confinement. Does that help?
I think it's poorly written myself. Is it clear to you?
So it is, yes, in the sense that we worked with the state police, we worked with other law enforcement to make sure that we met the needs of them through this notion that we're not trying to effectuate a Class B felony on anyone other than those individuals that have walked away or escaped from a prison, a parolee, administrative home confinement. So yes, I guess it does make sense to me.
Thank you.
Question from the chair. In all of the cases, would that also apply to arrestees?
That's exactly my point. Yes, thank you for that clarification.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do apologize for 3 questions in one time. You said that there was approximately 30 people. Is that a year, or what was the?
In a 5-year period. So
5 years.
For example, we have had 2 so far this year where there was a walk away. One of them was for about 2 hours. And in that situation, it was somebody that was coming home from a workplace. So as they live in the transitional housing units, they go out to many different types of work situations. In this case, it was a restaurant here in Concord. They were supposed to report back at a certain time from their shift at the restaurant and didn't report back. Somebody then called my investigator and said, it looks like we have an escape or somebody that's absconded. And within 2 hours, we were able to bring them back, but we still counted that as a walk-away escape where the investigator had to use resources to get that person back. So that's one of the types of 30 that I mentioned. So it is about 5 to 6 a year.
Okay. And what my question was is, was that, but it's also what crimes did those 30, if any crimes, did they commit before that you caught up to them and tapped them on the shoulder and said, please come with me?
So in some cases, they were also felons in possession where they had a weapon. They were a felon that had secured somehow. In the one case I told you about, the girlfriend had provided the individual a weapon. So that's a crime that they committed. They were in Virginia, and I believe they were caught trying to, the way that we caught them in Virginia is there was the warrant, and they were trying to rob a convenience store down in Virginia. So it's, again, a myriad of types of offenses that they could commit. I do know a little bit different experience, not necessarily an escapee, but somebody who was on parole that had not shown up there's a warrant out for that individual on parole. This doesn't necessarily affect what I'm telling you, but we do know that a parolee has murdered somebody after not showing up for for parole down in Massachusetts. So it could be anything.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Members.
Thank you for taking my question. I appreciate all of the issues of severity that, for example, the ones you just addressed and bodily injury or force used. But correct me if I'm wrong, would this allow someone who was convicted of a misdemeanor and, for example, assigned to home confinement, who maybe wasn't very bright and just without even ripping the thing off, walked down to the local convenience store to get a soft drink or something? I mean, they could then be charged with the felony under this law. Is that correct?
I guess there is the possibility that a prosecutor might, the probation or parole officer that is monitoring that individual on administrative home confinement would have the discretion as to what they were going to do for next steps. I don't believe that a prosecutor would ever take that case. But to be frank, that someone may interpret it that they could.
Thank you.
Question to the chair. Is there a definition in statute of escape? Is it?
There is not. I did look at that, and that's why it's the statute does not have that definition at the forefront of it, nor does the definition section of the statute, which I think is in RSA. I'm not even going to guess. I can't remember.
Okay, that's fine. Could you just, because I sense from the committee's questioning that we have concerns about people with serving time for misdemeanors being charged with a felony for escape. Could you briefly just tell the committee what's involved in apprehending someone who's escaped that it would, in your mind, rise to the level of a felony offense? In other words, danger to responders, expenses, things of this nature.
Certainly. So anytime someone that is incarcerated and is a felon, and when they leave, they potentially may go out and commit further criminal events. So when we first find that they have left, if we see them trying to leave the facility, we are able to pursue them and make effectuate an arrest in pursuit. During that pursuit, you may encounter the high-speed chase that could potentially result in an incident occurring anywhere on the highway with civilians that aren't involved at all. The state police would have to get involved. That warrant that I talked about, trying to get a warrant that is outside of just New Hampshire, New England, the East Coast, that's an expense. In one case, we knew an individual had absconded. We set up with local police and state police surveillance around the house, knowing that it was a house that sold or manufactured methamphetamine from it. So there's potential issues with that type of trying to go into a house like that and bring somebody out. I could potentially keep going with the issues that arise, and there's maybe some in the room that are in law enforcement that might be better able to explain some of the real concerns about the cost and the bodily injury that may result from trying to effectuate getting somebody back.
And just one more question. Because someone's serving time for a misdemeanor, that's not necessarily what they were charged with, is it? Isn't it possible that they pled that and accepted it and they could actually have committed a felony?
That is true. We were just on the phone with the county superintendents of 3 different counties the other day about a statute that, little off subject here, but it's RSA 30B15, which allows the county and the Department of Corrections to bring back an individual that was serving for a misdemeanor sentence more than 1 year. So they get a misdemeanor for 1 year sentence, a second misdemeanor, a third misdemeanor, each giving consecutive sentences. That individual can come back or can come to the state prison. But it's the prosecutor and that defense counsel that have, and I hate to use the word manipulate, but have somehow managed to change the structure of the sentence in an attempt that they don't go to prison, that they stay at the House of Corrections, but it really is, in all other respects, it would have been a felony, but for the way that they were sentenced. So I hope that answers your question, Mr. Chair.
Representative Newman.
I apologize for going over the current wording, but the current wording has an effect when it's changed. And could you just explain, the crime is effect and escape. And I'm just wondering what circumstances or how you would adjudicate that on a person that's on parole if they're out. What do they have to escape from?
So they're still on serving a sentence under the their minimus says that they have it's a 10 to 20 year, for example, and 15 years into that sentence they are sent out on parole. So they still have that 5 years left on that sentence. So they're still serving a sentence in New Hampshire.
They're still subject to the correction department. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
And to answer Representative Newman, they would also, as conditions of their parole, might say you can't leave the state without permission of your parole officer. And if they did, that would constitute an escape. Any further questions? Good.
I was just thinking without any conditions, how would they do it? But they are still, in the big scheme of things, under the control of the corrections department.
Correct. Quickly, while no one has their hand raised, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, members of the committee.
Is there anyone else wishing to testify on this bill who hasn't testified? There being none, close the public hearing, and we're going to reopen the public. What was the bill number? The public hearing on SB 376 and invite Senator Gaida to give us his testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, Senator Bob Gaida, District 2 and prime sponsor of Senate Bill 376, a bipartisan bill supported from both chambers, and one that I believe is in significant need within our state. It's no secret with the mental health issues that are going on. The last 4 shootings by police, fatal shootings, have been people that were known to be to have mental health issues. And unfortunately, the vast majority, only 48 communities in the state, have officers that have any training, as well as 100 officers in the state police in crisis intervention. We have a great program, but we have never funded it. So I met several times with Commissioner Chabinette, Commissioner Quinn, Director Skippa, the Colonel, a number of other folks, Frank Harris, Lieutenant Harris from down at the state hospital police force down there. And we met several times, and I finally said, hey, okay, we're talking, but we're not solving anything. And so I said, let's develop a program so that we get one police officer in every jurisdiction in the state. That includes county sheriffs, that includes prisons and correctional facilities, trained in CIT. We have mobile crisis units that are coming online, all right? But still, the first person on scene is almost always an officer of the law. And we want to give, my belief, having a former FBI agent, and I know a number of my friends are local law enforcement and state police as well, give them the tools so that they have at least the ability to effectively deal with a person that is mentally unstable. We see that the Department of, the Attorney General, the AG, does an investigation after each fatal shooting. It's very narrowly scoped. It is scoped exclusively to determine whether or not the officer's actions were criminal or not. Did they meet the statutory requirements for use of lethal force? That's it. but there's never any discussion of whether it's justified. I'm sorry, whether it's necessary. And that's where my concern is. All right. If part of this bill sets up money to train one police officer in every jurisdiction in the state in that CIT training. The second part of the bill sets up a study committee. And instead of going directly to setting up a committee to review shootings involving mental health issues, we want to study it because it's rife with concern, and I think justifiably from our police officers. This, if you read the language in the bill, very clearly articulates, it mirrors the language and the intent of the hospital board. They review incidents in hospitals periodically, and they take a look and say, "Geez, we should have done this and we didn't do that, and we should improve our training with the other thing." This would do that very same thing and would ensure statutorily that any review is non-punitive, non-public, and absolutely cannot be used in any prosecution, any civil case or anything of the sort. Because at the end of the day, what we're looking to do is to improve the procedures that our police officers use. So they'd review an incident in which a person was killed or not, or shot, okay, and non-fatal, and they look at it and say, our training does this, but it doesn't do that. And that's the sole purpose of this. But we're setting up a study committee to study that, not a committee to actually do that, because I think that our officers have a righteous concern. Chief Goldstein had expressed concern with respect to, well, what happens if the law changes after we implement this committee? I said, well, you know what? I would suspect that a number of law enforcement agencies, Attorney General and so forth, by the way, Attorney General Formella was also part of these discussions, that if that comes before the legislature, I think that the legislature would have the wisdom to say, we're not interested in using this in a punitive nature. We're interested in using it as in a learning tool. We do this in the airlines. Again, I'm a 31-year captain for United Airlines. And we self-disclose, we make a mistake. And you also get a buy. You get one chance every 5 years to say, and oops, if you go to 2, now you're in front of the FAA and it's not fun. It's a long green table. Never been there. Don't plan on going. But again, the intent is in no way, nor should it ever be construed to be punitive, but rather let's make the resources our officers have the best they can be in the training. To that end, I have a language, not an OLS drafted amendment, but language that was developed by Director Skippa, because in the drafting of this bill, the numbers of iterations as it went through, we didn't provide him with a program administrator to run this thing, all right? When this program is complete, there'll be one police officer in every jurisdiction in the state. We anticipate that taking about 8 to 9 months, believe it or not, because they can train them 30 at a time. There's a very good cooperative agreement with the National Guard over at the new facility out there. And so this would accomplish that objective. It doesn't address going forward, do we want to train more people or whatever? That's up to the next budget cycle. But this closes the gap, and in the next 8 to 9 months, we can have one officer in every jurisdiction in the state. State police have 100 already trained. There's 48 communities already have them. Most of those are more affluent communities that can afford to spring an officer for the weeks. It's a 41-hour course, pretty intense course. And so with that, I'll conclude my testimony and I'll take any questions.
There be no questions. Thank you, Senator. Will you provide us with a copy of that? Is that a suggested amendment?
It is. And
okay.
Director Skippa and NAMI both, who obviously Ken Norton and his colleague successor now are also in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you. There being no one else wishing to testify, we will reclose now permanently the hearing on SB 376. Committee will be in recess 5 minutes. Yes, but no, I think this is actually okay.
Huh? I agree. First of all, support. Semicolon. So to me, that means, okay, if you look at it,
This time we're going to open the public hearing on HB 361.
The committee calls Grant Bossy for Senator Bill Gannon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members of the committee, I have a bit of a recidivism problem today. Good afternoon. I am Grant Bossy, here to introduce Senate Bill 361 on behalf of Senator Gannon, the prime sponsor. Bail commissioners are a vital and sometimes underappreciated part of our criminal justice system. When someone ends up in custody late at night or over the weekend, we rely on bail commissioners to be there to help them secure their release without having to wait hours or even days for a judge. The legislature has supported the principle that no one should be denied bail simply because they can't afford to pay it, but are not a threat to the community. For this vital service, bail commissioners charge just $40. This amount doesn't take their expenses into consideration. Getting a call on a Saturday night and driving across the county can burn up a tank of gas, and these days, that's more expensive than ever. Bail commissioners average 60 calls per month and 2,100 miles. Senator Gannon introduced SB 361 in order to authorize bail commissioners to collect mileage in addition to the $40 flat fee. You're all familiar with the IRS mileage system. This would be based on actual miles driven, reimbursed at the IRS rate. Like the fee, the mileage charge would be waived if the defendant were indigent. SB 361 received unanimous support of the Senate Judiciary and Finance Committees and cleared the Senate floor twice without opposition. Senator Gannon thanks you for your consideration and asks for your support of SB 361. If you have any questions for Senator Gannon, I am happy to make sure he gets you an answer, but I would defer to some bail commissioners who are here today to tell you directly about their experiences in the field. Thank you again for allowing me to bring in this bill on Senator Gannon's behalf.
Thank you.
The committee now calls Edward Mensis.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Eddie Mensis from Sandown, New Hampshire. Small town that's growing by leaps and bounds. This is my 5th year as a bail commissioner, starting. It's a fascinating, interesting job, obviously needed. Obviously, you know, I support all the police departments, Fish and Game, and State Police, Sheriff's Department, and any other department that needs me. And he's right. Mr. Bossy said we go out all hours of the day and night, and it does happen. Sometimes when the weather's warmer, you get a lot more calls from different departments. And we're there to serve the people of New Hampshire to make sure everybody stays safe. It's always our biggest concern. I have submitted some papers here from police chiefs. They're somewhere. I would have had more signatures if I had more time. They're all in favor of us getting mileage. It's an important factor. I also submitted another, about the 18 police stations that I cover, 3 hospitals, obviously Rockingham County Jail, and the mileage to and fro from my house. I don't know how all this is going to pan out, but we definitely need mileage. Not just because the cost of fuel has gone way up, but the maintenance of a vehicle is obviously a chief concern. I want to tell you, I definitely enjoy doing this job. It's very fascinating. I take it with phenomenal responsibility to the public and for the police officers that I serve mostly, and the jail. If you have any other questions, I don't want to go off topic or anything like that, so.
You okay? Representative Testament.
Thank you. Thank you very much for taking my question. If I read this correctly, this mileage is not going to be paid by the state or the county or whoever. This is paid by the person.
The defendant.
Now, follow up. How many defendants pay the $40 in the first place, let alone the mileage?
I only can speak for myself. I'm probably in the 90 percentile. and I use Venmo, a lot of, probably 50% a shade right around there, paid by credit card, debit card, PayPal, all the new technologies. And one more follow-up? No, okay, no, okay, no, I'll wait for another questions, all right. Well, some people say, well, they're not gonna have the money, or we're gonna have to make change, or we're gonna have to do this or do that. I don't mind making change if I have to, whatever it takes. I mean, mileage is, I think, a very fair thing for us to get. For what the time and effort that we put in, and knowing the right thing to do.
Representative Marston.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In line with the last question, are there many times that you, and my words, and I'm always criticized on this committee, I don't say the right things, been stiffed?
Yes, absolutely. And sometimes I know it's not going to be, I'm not going to get it.
But you still provide the service?
Absolutely, because we have to provide the service.
Thank you.
There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The committee now calls Vincent Biochetti.
Afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Vinny Baiachetti. I'm a bail commissioner from Belknap County, and I'm speaking in opposition to SB 361, requires the reimbursement for traveling. My comments today will be short. I've also submitted it electronically for you. This appears to be just another problem that'll be kicked down the road as feel-good legislation. We as bail commissioners have been before you for the past 4 years to try and get payment that's already required by law, but to no avail. Everyone that has testified in front of you has agreed the bail commissioners perform a vital function, but nobody, including the legislature or the judiciary, has done anything or followed through to make those worthwhile steps actually happen. Instead, there's now a bill to pay for mileage, which is nothing more than a feel-good legislation. Most of the bail commissioners, actually all of the bail commissioners that I've spoken with, are against this. Not so much against mileage, but because they aren't paid the $40. There are people, and you'll hear from one, that are out $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 for coming out, getting out at 2 o'clock in the morning to set bail. The mileage is a feel-good thing. It's not it's not resolving a problem. You have tried to resolve the problem still exists. The court does nothing for us, and the statute does nothing as well. So with that, I've left you some electronically submitted legislation. If you have anything for me, I'd be more than happy to answer any of your questions.
Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for coming today.
Yes, Representative Burt.
You shocked me, I'll be honest.
Thank you.
Because I'm glad you came.
Thank you.
How do you do this job if you don't get paid?
Well, I actually figured it out one year that I make about $8.37 an hour or something like that, considering mileage, my time. We have to supply our own materials, so we can download the forms online, and then we have to print them, fax or mail. If we get collect fees for the court, cash bails, we have to, if we can't bring them to the court, we then have to go to the post office or bank, buy a postal order or bank check and mail it to the court. That comes out of that $40 or not. So even if we don't get paid, we still have to spend money. So this is kind of like a great job that is more volunteer and costs us money than we actually make. It doesn't it? Absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Representative Panelakis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you have to give them bail?
Well, it depends. We can cash bail. We can send them to, we can lock them up for offenses. domestic violence offenses or other things like that. The job of the bail commissioner is to ensure that they show up for court and they're not a threat to themselves or others. Other than that, just because they don't have money does not mean that we can't bail them. So we have to allow them. And then we might give them envelopes, say, here, pay this, send this, bring this back to the PD. I actually write it in as an order that they have to pay me. I come up with a date that says, when can you bring me the $40? And some do, some don't. A lot of judges don't allow them to, or the bail commissioners, to charge criminally for theft of services. Other judges have said that you can, but nobody's done it yet. But that was looked dimly before by the court on bail commissioners doing that. I've been involved in law enforcement for 30 years, so I've seen a lot of this happen in the past.
Could I have a follow-up? Maybe I should have phrased this differently.
Okay.
Do you have to let them go? Say bail them. Is it something that you have to do, or you do it and allow them to owe it to you?
We have to. We can't not bail somebody because they don't have the fee.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Question
Sir.
from the chair. Does the court ever order your reimbursement as part of a fine or part of anything in the sentencing?
No, sir. I've not seen that happen. They also, when you wrote the statute last time, you said that they're supposed to pay as they could have, as would it allow. Or they should have indigency hearings. And to my knowledge and to the other bail commissioners I've spoken to, none of that has happened. They used to, judges used to say, you owe the bail commissioner, go get the money and bring it back before you leave the court. But evidently that was squashed by either the AOC or their bosses.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Gathright.
I don't know if it's a question though. Can I make a comment? Does it have to be a question? Would you believe I had a conversation with this senator, and she said that the bill that we passed before, the folks never got the money, and one of the reasons was that 10% of the money, they had to cut their budget 10%, and that's why you guys didn't get the money.
I've heard that.
Oh, okay. That's it. Thank you.
Representative Sue Newman.
Yes, thank you. Do judges get paid for the work that they do?
I'll put it this way, save your follow-up question. Everybody from the police officer to the judge and everybody in between gets paid except the bail commissioner, or will receive some sort of salary or pay. Clerks, bailiffs.
Follow up.
Representative Sue Newman.
How much? What would be a normal or an average bail amount that a bail commissioner might have to provide for somebody?
It could range. Personal recognizance bail where there's no money, but you have to follow certain criteria. Can't go somewhere, can't call people, can't drive, can't use alcohol or firearms or anything like that. To cash, I mean, I've set thousands of dollars of cash to preventative detention where you go directly to jail, do not collect $200.
For clarification,
Sure.
then you or another bail commissioner might have, I don't know what you'd call it, loaned thousands of dollars for someone to be out on bail?
No, ma'am. No. We just don't get paid. We don't collect that. The statute allows us to get $40 for each bail that we set per person, not.
Okay.
So if we don't get paid, there is no recourse for us to receive that payment back.
The chair may inquire with a
I'm
question.
shocked. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
If the chair may inquire with a question, and I do apologize if this was answered or said already. As a bail commissioner, what are you classified as? An employee, independent contractor? What's the classification?
We are classified as a contract employee. We're a contractor. We are not an employee, and the court makes sure that we are not. However, they give us regulations, they give us rules, they have a manual for us, they make the rules that we can and can't do. But we're not allowed, we are not employees of the court.
And if I may ask for a follow-up question, and thank you for taking my questions.
Of course.
So under the existing law today, if you to say the round trip was 25 miles, when taxes are filed, is a bail commissioner able to get a tax credit for those miles already?
I believe so. As a matter of fact, I just gave my stuff to the accountant and I think he said that. Mileage I could count.
And can you clarify what that, so when you report your miles on your tax return, what is that, what is that in the form of a tax credit? How does that work?
I am financially foolish. So I give my stuff to an accountant. I give him the mileage that I've accumulated throughout the whole year. And he does whatever it is that he does on my tax form.
Thank you for taking my question.
I'm sorry, I'm not
And no, if you don't know the answer, there's nothing.
right.
Representative Green?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
What would you say the average commissioner does in a year in mileage?
You want me to look mine up?
Sure, please.
Now, I do some small PDs. So far, I've done 654 miles. Last year, I did 1,865 miles. In 2020, I did 1,479 miles.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Representative Newman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question.
Yes, sir.
We've been looking at a lot of bail commissioner bills lately. Could you just clarify what it's like when you, in the off hours when the court is not available, processing or providing services to somebody who's been arrested, your kind of interaction with the police, just so we understand better what you all do for your $40.
Okay, sure.
And could you include in there whether you how you're trained or how well you consider whether there should be pretrial confinement or that they might not show up for
Okay.
for hearings and things like that?
Sure.
Well,
If I just may, that's a completely separate bill, and it's not that the witness is not capable of responding to that, but I would rule that way outside the purview. We are having a work session on Senate Bill 294 on Wednesday, but this has to do strictly with the mileage reimbursement. So let's try to leave the questions to that. If we open up that door, we'll be here till tomorrow morning.
I also follow orders well, so I'm good.
I just thought even with the mileage, if we understand what they did, it would be helpful, but thank you.
Seeing no hands raised, I want to thank the witness for his testimony.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it.
The committee calls Paul Leary.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Paul Leary. I live at 709 Central Street in Franklin, New Hampshire. I am a bail commissioner and have been so since March the 9th, 2016. I sit here, rather than stand here, opposed to the bill for the same reasons that Vinnie Biachetti brought up. It's basically feel good. My problem is I'm not paid by roughly 32 to 38% of the people I bail. So the other 62 to 68, depending upon the year, are the ones that are going to have to pick up the reason that you're doing this feel-good thing. My problem, because of COVID and the lack of bail commissioners, my range is grown to 4 counties. I just picked up another one. They're 61.5 miles from my house. So we're looking at 122, 123 miles times the standard. So basically, someone's going to have to pay me an additional $61 if I have to go there, plus the $40. Is that fair to the ones that are actually paying the $40? The reason I say this, like I say, I've been doing this since March 9, 2016. I'm owed $43,959 that I will never see. I'm also required, when I go there, I have multiple bails for the same person. I'm only allowed to charge $40. The problem is a lot of times our frequent flyers, the ones that don't pay me anyway, they'll have 8 or 9 electronic bench warrants. Each one of them require a set of paperwork. So all of a sudden, I may be there 3.5 to 5.5 hours to accomplish this. I then leave, then I go home. Then I have to take each one of these, put them in an envelope, address it, put a stamp on it, and eventually go to the post office and drop them off. If there's any cash involved, I have to stop and make a deposit at the bank. So the thing is, everyone thinks it's just this little tiny sliver. Sometimes we're given an awful lot for that $40. And to speaking about mileage, basically this year I've only done 846, but I'm a kind of a heavy user of what we call telebail or remote bailing that the court system allowed when COVID hit. And I think that's part of the reason why my area of coverage has grown. But the numbers that are still paying are still floating. When I first started, Judge Gordon told me I would receive 3 out of 5 paying, which is 60%. And he told me that back in late 2015, early 2016. So that hasn't changed much. The only thing that this is ever going to become fair and equitable for the bail commissioners, as you've heard, we're the only ones that of the whole process that don't always get paid, is that basically every bail form that I write, whether it be 1, 2, 5, or 7, I get paid $40 for each one of those. The court pays us every 2 weeks by the paperwork we turn in. At the end of the year, they give us a 1099. We remain an agent or a contracted agent with the state. We get the 1099. That keeps IRS and everyone else happy. Bail commissioners are getting paid. And the thing that really adds frosting to the cake is that the judge can waive my bail commissioner fee of $40 because the client is indigent. I've already given at the office 32 to 38%. Now I'll be, truth and menu type thing. That's only happened once. But when it happened, it irritated me that it's like you're giving my money away, even though the law says I'm entitled to it. So that's another challenge. And then, as they said, with the bills that we've had the last few, to the extent of available funding, utilize all possible means to pay the bail commissioner's fee and shall include written evidence of fee payment in the offender's case file. The problem is the court, for as long as I can remember, has been underfunded. So there's never any available funds. But I question, to use all means possible. The judge could order it as part of the fine structure. And the first $40, instead of us being the last one in the payment fee schedule, let us be the first one. Those are some things that they could do that could help. Because the thing is, this morning I did receive a check through the system, but some years I only receive 8 or 9 from the court. So the thing is, we're not getting that many where they're going to the court and paying our bail commissioner's fees. And that's indicated in my numbers. I only have one copy, and I'll leave, Mr. Chairman, if you want, I will leave that so that you'll have it. My breakdown of the mileage, all my expenses, not my expenses, but the number of bails I've done over the time. And this is the same testimony I used when we started back on House Bill, Senate Bill 772 in 2019. Just been updating this each time as I come back and basically tell you the same thing. The only fair and equitable way is that we get paid for everything we write. The court pays us, and then they get it from the defendant. And the thing is, eventually, hopefully, it would be a wash. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for your testimony. And if the chair may inquire with the question, and thank you for taking my question. It's similar to the question I asked the prior witness. I'm just not sure if you can answer it. As an independent contractor, if your miles are recorded, when you file your taxes, is there a tax credit received from the, what exactly?
It's not a tax credit, but as you heard Vinny say, and one of the representatives kind of concurred, I hire an accountant. I spent almost 35 years in public safety and law enforcement. And I'm in my 7th year doing this. So basically 41 years of doing this stuff. But I learned at an early age. The IRS tax code is way above me. But what happens is I have to tell my accountant my car payment, how much I registered my vehicle, what my insurance is, and any expenses on that vehicle. Then I have to keep track of my bail commissioner miles. I also have another business. I have to keep track of those miles, and then personal miles. I give that to the accountant. The accountant goes through and puts, okay, it's a business expense. And there's a line in there, I think it's Schedule C, if I remember correctly, that they list all of that stuff on, and the breakdown and the expenses are there. But still, and here's the thing. I have to sit down and figure, now, to keep people happy, where do I get my mileage figure from? The odometer, or do I use a map program? If I use a map program, what map program? But at 3 o'clock in the morning, out in the middle of the woods with nowhere, it's been probably at least 60 years since I carried one of those little change-making things on my belt. But it's like when we get a bail, $143.32. Guy's got $150. I got to make change. I don't carry pennies, nickels, and dimes anymore in my pocket. I may have a few quarters. We go through the drawers in the police department trying to find that. So, I mean, now we're going to complicate it even more with the mileage. So, I mean, when you start looking at the totality of what you're doing, it may look good on the surface, but in reality, and getting the rubber meeting the road, I don't think so. Sorry, I went a little outside of that.
Representative Pantelakis?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With the amount of money that is owed to you now, did you say there is no way for you to collect it?
To the best of my knowledge and belief at this juncture in time, and if it sounds like I've been dealing with attorneys too long, yes, I do not believe so, because I was told I can't take them for theft of services, even though the form says it. The court will not entertain it, so I've given up a long time ago.
Follow-up?
Recognized for a follow-up.
And this is the state is telling you that you have to give them bail?
The way it's written, if the phone rings and I answer the phone, the last thing I want to hear out of them is they don't have the fee. Because once they do that, I'm stuck. I have to go. If they don't tell me that and I make the decision being on where the location, the time, the weather, and the offense, it's like, nah, you can write them a hand summons. I don't really need to come out. And then I can say no. But if they tell me they don't have the money, I'm not allowed to refuse.
Follow-up? I don't know how to phrase this. You have to go out. The state requires you to give them this bail. And yet we do not give you any way to collect it. Is that correct?
At least in practice, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
In writing, I'm sure it allows us somehow or other, but in the practice of, we can't.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bourdonnais?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. When you go to serve a defendant, do you ever have more than one defendant at that time?
Yes, the most I've had at one time was 9 at the Merrimack County Jail.
So if this bill were to become law and actually mileage was actually rewarded someday, would you receive mileage for one trip, or would it be for 9 trips? And who would pay the mileage?
It would be one trip, and whoever had the misfortunes of being the first one or the last one, depending upon how the day went.
Thank you very much.
Representative
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You mentioned that your territory had recently expanded. Did you get the impression that that was because there were not enough people available to do the work?
Do you want me to answer that, what you want to hear, or do you want me to be truthful?
Truthful, please.
Truthful is before COVID, we had over 150 bail commissioners. Now we're down in the 90s or high 80s. The reason, frankly, is if anyone asks us, it's like, what are you, crazy to do it? The thing is, we have expenses. Like when you start out, if you don't have it, you end up going and getting some kind of a tablet, some kind of a printer, so that you can have the ability to go, because most police departments you go into, you can't use their systems. There's no place for you to log in. So the thing is, you have a lot of startup expenses in the beginning. And I mean, I've just hit, starting into my 7th year, I had to replace my printer. That was $415. So the thing is, but at least I got 5 years out of the first one. But the thing is, it's still all expenses that we pick up as we go.
Representative Sue Newman.
Yes, thank you. Are you aware, do other states do anything like this?
Ma'am, to be frank, I have enough problems taking care of what I do here in New Hampshire. I don't care what someone does elsewhere, with all due respect.
Okay.
That's not my job.
Follow up.
Just a follow-up. Realtors are independent contractors, but there is a National Association of Realtors. Do you have any kind of an association?
To the best of my knowledge and belief at this juncture of time, the answer to that is no. But however, each state, how they call us and the job functionality we do are different. So it would be an interesting, it's not like realtors where you're selling, or, moving real estate. Ours depends upon the court system, the state setups and all of that, ma'am.
Yes.
So each one of those could be different, Representative.
Thank you.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. You stated earlier that it would be better if they put your $40 or whatever the amount be in with the fine, and the court would collect it and then give it to you?
If that was to be the way the court wanted to do it. But the thing is, the caveat has to be, we get the money first, not last. Because currently, if they owe a fine of like $700, $800, the court gets all of that, and then our $40 is the very last payment.
Representative Roy.
Thank you. Thanks for taking the question. Have you noticed a change? Are you getting paid less often than you used to, say, 7, 8 years ago? Or has it been pretty much consistent since you started?
Like I said, Judge Gordon told me expect getting 3 out of 5. I know my clientele base, at least when I first started in the, around Northfield, Franklin, Tilton, Sanborn, they're not affluent communities in most cases. So the thing was, that was the reality of it. But now, like I say, it's grown kind of. But when I look at my numbers, and I'm going to leave this sheet with, I guess, with the chairman, it's basically the same. I float between 62 and 68% that are paying. But I'm also with a friend of mine that's just over in a couple of towns over. He's only collecting 48 to 50% of the time. So the thing, it all depends upon where you're working and what the the clientele base is. I have a lot of what I call frequent flyers. I have some that haven't paid me in 7 years that I've been bailing them. So we're on first name basis. Tell them I don't want to see them again. And sure enough, 3-4 weeks later, it's back again. So usually, sometimes I bail them 4 or 5 times a year. So.
Seeing no hands raised, I want to thank the witness for his testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The committee now calls Trixie Lefebvre.
Good afternoon, everybody. Mr. Chair. My name is Trixie Lefebvre, and I'm from Londonderry. I've been a bail commissioner for 13 years, and I'm here again to speak about Senate Bill 361 in opposition to the bill. This bill, as we all have been speaking, is intended to provide reimbursement for mileage, but doesn't give us any enforcement for this collection, which is the same issue that we have with the $40 bail commissioner's fee. We do not have any enforcement, personal enforcement, to collect this fee. The bail commissioner community, we are no further along in gaining support from the legislative body for this particular problem. We've been here since 2019. Every single year, I have given testimony over and over again, trying to get something to benefit the bail commissioner community, just to give us, to ensure that we get that $40 paid. Of the 4 bail commissioners that spoke at the January hearing, 3 spoke against this proposal, and I am one of those individuals. But additionally, observations from some of my fellow bail commissioners are, and these are quotes from their emails to me, if we're not being paid for our services now, I don't think they're going to pay us for mileage either. That's nice, but the BC fee would be better. If we can't get the fee from the defendant, we certainly won't get mileage too. Something else the BC won't be able to collect. Those are commentaries from other bail commissioners. The Senate moved ahead and they voted in favor of this bill despite the testimony to the contrary. And then in January, as I had stated, I don't want to appear unappreciative of the fact that someone is trying to look out for our mileage, but I would like for the legislative body, the state of New Hampshire, to cure the real problem, which is allowing us to be paid for our services that we provide 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, regardless of weather. We are currently the email list that I have, which I've had to culminate on my own because the state of New Hampshire doesn't afford the bail commissioners contact information for our fellow bail commissioners. But what I have gained from some of my contacts is that there's about a 60 to 65% threshold of collection from this community. We continue to answer the calls despite the fact that it's 60 to 65%. And as was just reported, the fall off of the population to have lost so many bail commissioners, it's really hard to sell this particular gig when you're telling someone you're going to probably collect about 60 to 65% of the time, even though the statute says $40 for every single trip. But during the 2021 session, there was hope with House Bill 498 that it would bring relief to our community. But at the end of the 2021 session, the judicial branch attached a fiscal note to that House bill, which said that the bill would be in excess of $636,000 for 2022, and then climbed to over $850,000 for their fiscal note. If we add mileage to the bail commissioners presently, then that fiscal note is a hurdle that we will never be able to get over because we are a fiscally conservative state. So prior to passage of this bill, I would ask the legislative body to please introduce, support, pass a bill that ensures that our professional community gets paid for the services that we continue to provide. Thank you all very much.
Representative Testerman.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. We seem to be nibbling around the edges on what the real problem is. What do you think of a situation where we had 24-hour, 7 days a week judges or magistrates? You'd lose a job, but we get the job done by people because you're just a stopgap to the judge.
I cannot speak on behalf of the judiciary. I believe the purpose of the bail commissioner was to be able to relieve the role of judges, to not be, judges are available for search warrants and other scenarios. I mean, I have my judge's personal cell phone number in the event that I have a situation that comes up during my on-call that I would need to have him assist me with my decision making. But to have judges on call, you'd probably have to expand the number of judges that you have appointed, because 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, that's a lot of judge time. And that's a big expense to the state of New Hampshire as well, because then you're going to have to absorb their salary, their retirement, all of those things. My opinion, just an opinion.
Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my understanding is if you answer the phone, a bail commissioner has to go.
Right.
What would it look like if the bail commissioners were to, thank you,
What was
the
that?
word I was looking for.
What was that?
If the if the bail commissioners were to organize themselves over a weekend or whatever it was and say, you know what, we're not answering the phone, what would the consequence of that look like?
The pandemonium within the police departments, absolute pandemonium. It would not, I don't think that much would happen in the courts Monday through Friday during their business hours, but your police departments would be overwhelmed. The cells would be full. I can't imagine that they'd be releasing people out to the community that shouldn't be released if they're trying to not fill their cells. So it would be chaos, utter chaos. And we can't organize because, as I mentioned earlier, we can't get a list of who the bail commissioners are here in the state. It's a pretty tightly held secret.
Representative Newman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and taking my question. So I'm trying to understand what your position is. I mean, currently you don't get the $40, and you would then have to calculate what you expected your mileage to be as you went to the place, double that and figure out what your mileage is. And now instead of not getting your $40, all we would do by passing this bill would mean that you would not get your $100.
Or $55. Yes, sir, that's absolutely right.
Thank you.
And again, I just want to point out it would drive up any fiscal note for any potential new legislation.
Representative Marston?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I sometimes ask the wrong question, so hopefully this one will go through. If you're not in favor of this bill, you're in opposition. Based on that testimony, if some of us were to decide to ITL this bill, that would not offend you.
I would not be offended, and I apologize to any other bail commissioners, which there are very few,
Right.
that would be offended, because we would really like the focus to be on, as I've stated.
And I agree with that, and thank you for your time.
You're welcome, sir.
Seeing no, Representative Sue Newman?
Thank you. You commented, this is a question, the bail commissioner family is a tightly held secret by whom? There's got
The administrative office of the courts?
So within the court system?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
The police departments do have bail commissioner names. I have requested bail commissioner contact information in the past and have been told that it's not something that I can gain access to.
Listen, the issue of whether that list is public or not is not in
I'm
the
sorry, I
purview
didn't
of
mean
this
to bring
bill.
something up that,
Anyway.
my personal experience, I'll just put it that way.
Thank you.
Seeing no hands raised, I want to thank the witness for her testimony.
Thank you all very much.
The committee now calls Jim Moody.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Chair people. My name is Jim Moody. I'm a bail commissioner out of Hooksett, New Hampshire. I respond to Merrimack County and Hillsborough County. I'm primarily, I'm on a calendar in Manchester, work anywhere from 6 to 12 days a month, depending on vacancies on the schedule. I'm a retired Army National Guard colonel. I've served the great state of New Hampshire and this nation for 31 years. I became a bail commissioner primarily as another form of public service. I honestly, the pay was not an issue. Having said that, I didn't expect to work for free. Currently, after 3 years, my average is between 60 and 70% getting paid. Last year, I clocked in approximately 4,000 miles. I'm testifying in opposition to this bill for most of the reasons that were already stated. Mileage is not the issue. Getting paid our $40 fee is the issue. The representative over here asked about, seeing multiple defendants. In Manchester, I have no idea how many people I'm going to see anytime I get a call. It starts with one and I end up with 5 or 6. How to charge, each of these defendants, when I don't know who I'm going to see, I see actually as a penalty. If I charge one, the entire amount and no one else, I don't think that's fair. But again, as most of the other bail commissioners stated, the $40 fee is the issue, not mileage. And Representative Abbas, I'm not an accountant, but I'm married to one. So for mileage and expenses, if you itemize your taxes, it's a deduction. It will not equal mileage, for instance, that if we did get paid through this bill, it will be less, but at least it's something. So we can claim, mileage, office supplies, envelopes, stamps, things of that nature.
And thank you for your testimony. My concern was that if this were to become law, that you would not be able to itemize that anymore in future tax filings.
That is correct.
And I'm not sure which one's more equitable. That's what I was getting at. But thank you.
I think the mileage in this bill would actually pay us more. However, again, with the pay rate, it may balance out. I don't know. Because again, if we're only getting paid 60 to 70% of the time and not collecting those mileage fees, it may be more beneficial to claim it on our taxes as an expense.
Would it be possible that you might actually get paid less?
Potentially. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I have no further comments. Again, most of the other bail commissioners already covered what I wanted to cover, so thank you. Pending questions.
Seeing no hands raised, I want to thank the witness for his testimony.
Thank you.
Are there any members of the public present who wish to testify that have not testified already? Seeing no hands raised, we will now close the public hearing on Senate Bill 361. Just to the members of the committee, we're gonna do several executive sessions in a row now. Some of these are early deadline bills. The deadline is Thursday, the 14th. They were assigned on Friday. Actually, Representative Spite, we spoke that morning. I gave you the list of bills, and then by that afternoon, that list changed. I hope you didn't call me a liar, because, but let's get them all done, okay? So at this time, we now open the executive session on Senate Bill 456, establishing a law enforcement conduct review committee in the Police Standards and Training Council and making an appropriation therefore. At this time, the chair recognizes Representative Welch to make a motion.
I move that Senate Bill 456 be referred for interim study.
Is there a second? And second by Representative Bordnay.
And the reason I say that is because there's an identical bill in the Senate. It doesn't make sense to have the Finance Committee convene another session to do what they've already done. And I just think it makes sense. Why waste time?
Very well said. So, anyways, anyone else wish to speak? Representative Ray Newman.
I just have a parliamentary inquiry. So if we kill the Senate bill, then they kill the bill over there. There's just no bill. That's not what's happening.
When you say the term kill, I believe you're
Kill, I mean, if we.
Inexpedient to
excuse me for
legislate.
right, inexpedient to legislate. Is it possible that that would happen in the Senate and then you don't have this, or that's my parliamentary inquiry?
I don't want to say it's impossible. I don't want to. I've been in some communication with some members of the other body and explained to them what we intended on doing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
With this one, so the notice has been delivered. Representative Welch.
Yes, I'd like to add one thing just to kind of clear this up. When we had the commission where we basically came up with this bill, I asked Senator Carson, who was the only other legislative member of that committee, if she was going to do it, and she said no. I said, well, then I'll do it. I figure at this point, she didn't want to do it. She doesn't have to. We'll fix it.
Thank you for that clarification.
Representative Bordenay.
Mr. Chairman, I want to note that the motion is interim study, which means that if the Senate were to kill the House bill, we could probably reintroduce this back to the House floor.
And just for a point of clarification, I would not want to put this on the consent calendar. The reason why is that I would likely move to table this bill. If it's on the consent calendar, it gets a little, so please don't. We don't need to have someone necessarily, again, we just won't put it on. And then if for some reason I'm not there, someone do that in my honor. But we'll do that, and we can always take, if things go foul, we can then take it off the table and go that route, okay? Representative Ray Newman.
Thank you. I now have a much better parliamentary understanding.
This time, we will now move the question. If you in support of the motion of interim study, please say yay. If you are opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy,
Yes.
Representative Welch,
Yes.
Representative Burt,
Yes.
Representative Rhodes,
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testerman,
Yes.
Representative Folsom,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Manival,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Espetia, Chairman Abbas.
Chair votes yes.
21 yeas, 0 nays.
And, and for the record, I object to this going on consent. This time, we will now close the, Representative Welch, will you prepare a report? Majority report?
I'll do that.
At this time, we will now close the executive session on Senate Bill 456. At this time, we will now open the executive session on Senate Bill 376 relative to creating a board to review police incidents involving citizens affected by mental health issues. Representative Burt, do you wish to be recognized to make a motion?
Yes.
You s-
I'll
you-
make a motion, Senate Bill 376 of ought to pass.
And it's seconded by Representative Harry Caffrey. Representative Burt, do you wish to speak to your motion?
I would, thank you. I believe Senate Bill 376 is very needed. And the reason is the New Hampshire AG, as Senator Gaida said, is very narrow guided on what he can do, which is it justified, a police shooting, or was it not justified? Pretty much that's it. I personally have seen two cases myself in New Hampshire where I think other alternatives could have happened, even though the AG in one of the cases said that it was justified. The other case, he said, we don't know. That they're reviewing those situations could come to learn from and to teach the law enforcement that there are other alternatives if that's the case after reviewing those situations. So that's why I support this. I think it's very needed, and I very much welcome it, and I hope you support it.
Representative Espetia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree with my colleague from Goffstown. I think this is definitely something that's needed. And, you know, I know that law enforcement has a difficult job, and just making sure we can find ways to help them and provide some accountability is important. I rose my hand because I also, I know that Senator Gaida had proposed an amendment on this bill. He passed out about having a program administrator that would help kind of guide help guide us along and make sure that if they needed any help, that there would be a staff person to help them through that. Do we want to consider this proposed amendment? I mean, we'd have to send to OLS, but
My understanding was the amendment, or it's not an amendment, but the suggested language was just adding one under that underlined section for facilitation and instruction of additional training sessions.
yeah. So if I follow, but
Yes.
so he said, so yes, and then he gave us another one that added a program administrator. Here too.
So there's two of them.
Yeah, there's the one that Holly originally gave us, and then there was another one that the senator gave us in the afternoon.
Where's Chris True to raise the point of order when you need him?
Point of order. This is the one that's Senator Gaida.
Representative Bordenay, you're recognized for your point of order. Please state your point of order.
Amendment has been talked about, but I don't see it, nor does it have a number. Has it been approved, written by OSA? No. It's not an OLS form.
I have to rule on the point. What you're saying is correct. There is no drafted amendment before the committee at this time. I believe the representative from Nashua, that representative from Nashua, was mentioning just bringing it to our attention. I think the chair was not present when the senator was discussing this, so I assumed he was just bringing it up to me, not trying to be out of order. So I would. With that being said, if it's the will of the committee to not pass it, because if we're not going to, if you want this, what this language is to be an amendment, I would suppose you oppose the ought to pass, and we'll see where we're at. Creating a new position, I don't know what the new position is. I wouldn't know where to begin with that.
Never heard of putting amendment forth unless you had a second front already.
It would have to. It would have to be. It would have to be prepared. I think what the understanding was, if we would want to consider that, we would need to do that. If we vote ought to pass, I will also say this: we are on a extremely tight deadline.
Let him do his own legwork.
If for some reason someone were to prepare, if we were to pass this and there were to be an amendment drafted, we always can move for reconsideration, provided the bill is still in the committee. All right.
With all due respect, if the senator wants an amendment, he should do the legwork himself, not refer to this committee.
I would say that again. I would say that again, but turn your microphone on.
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Burt.
thank you. If I understood right, the bill as is will work. It's just something that they wanted to add, if I understood right, but maybe not. But, bottom line, the committee can, the Senate or the other body can request a committee of conference and fix it there.
Mr.
'Cause
Chairman?
at this late stage, I would say pass it.
Representative Marston.
Yeah. An inquiry of the chair. Could we not have a floor amendment on this?
There's no rule saying you can't do one.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know.
There are some procedural restrictions on when you have to have that done by. Representative Harry Gathright.
The bill also says this act shall take effect upon its passage, but on the amendment, it says, June 30th, 2023. So was he changing that? I'm just asking.
Representative Bourdonnais.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if the committee really wants to consider amendment, can we withdraw the motion to ought to pass and have it brought up on the next Wednesday for an exec session?
I will tell you this. My recommendation, this is just, I'm one person, which quite often is not followed, is if we were to vote on the ought to pass, even if we were unanimous on it, if provided the bill is still in the committee, which means I don't, we haven't turned it into the clerk of the house. Once it's delivered to the clerk, it's out of the committee. We could consider reconsideration on Wednesday. Our deadline is Thursday the 14th. So I'm inclined to suggest we
Pass the bill.
pass the bill if someone really feels strongly about a proposed amendment down the line and they were to have it together and I get overwhelmed by a large number of the members of the committee, I would consider reopening the executive session to reconsider it, to then we can go from that route.
Or the senator could go to OLS and get it himself.
Or perhaps as our friend from Portsmouth recommended, that it can be done by a member of the other body as well.
There is a problem with the other body drafting a amendment since it's already passed the Senate as written, and it comes to us and we pass it as they amended it. There is no need for anything that the Senate can do because we've already concurred with them.
I don't know if that's entirely accurate. But they can, the House can approve an amendment separate from what the other body has done.
Right.
All right. A senator, excuse me for saying that, can file or sponsor an amendment for a Senate bill that's in the House. They can still do that, provided a member of this committee were to introduce it. So it would have to be introduced by someone on the committee that's not a substitute.
So, point of order, or a clarification, an inquiry. Is it for certain that if we pass this bill today, that we can reconsider the bill at a later date?
We would have to reconsider it, but the only day that we are scheduled to meet before the deadline is Wednesday. Although it's unlikely for us to have a snowstorm, we had a lot of subcommittee hearings snowed out. And I'm just saying, if for some reason, whatever's going on that we can't make it on Wednesday, we don't meet the deadline. So I would prefer to move it along. At least we have a opportunity. And then, but is it guaranteed? I suppose as the chair, have the discretion whether to open the executive session or not, but thank you. Thank you.
They can clean this
Representative-
up in a committee of conference or not. Pass it now.
All right, Representative Welch.
Yes, this amendment creates a position for the training. Why would we do that if they're only going to train enough for every police department in the state? Once it's done, it's done. Then you have an employee getting paid. It just doesn't make sense. I say we just pass it.
Thank you. I would remind everyone that next week, even though the calendar says Thursday, the actual deadline is the paperwork, including the committee report, has to be to the committee assistant by noon on Wednesday.
I'm really glad you said that. All right. I'm really thankful that Representative Jack decided to substitute today. Thank you.
I was just going to ask a freshman question. Does this go to a second committee? Is that why it's an early bill?
My understanding, it does.
Can't they put the amendment on?
It's,
Let them do it.
amen.
And Mr. Chairman, the weather is going to be 64 degrees, partially sunny. Next Wednesday.
Which is what we don't want to be here.
This time we will now move the question. If you're in support of the motion of ought to pass, please say yay. If you are opposed, please say nay. Clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy,
Yes.
Representative Welch,
Yes.
Representative Burt,
Yes.
Representative Rhodes, Representative Green,
Maybe? Yes.
clerk votes yes. Representative Testament. Yes. Representative Folsom,
Yes.
Representative Pratt,
Yes.
Representative Marston,
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright, Representative Pantelakis, Representative Jack,
Yes.
Representative Bourdonnais,
Yes.
Representative Muse,
Yes.
Representative Ray Newman,
Yes, and I'm glad that the freshman representative is here.
Representative Sue Newman,
Yes.
Representative Manaval,
Yes.
Representative Bradley,
Yes.
Representative Espitia,
Yes.
Chair votes yes.
Chairman Abbas. 21 yeas, 0 nays.
Anyone wish to move for consent? So moved. And Representative Burt, you'll prepare a majority report? Yeah. Thank you. This time we will now close the executive session on Senate Bill 376. At this time, we now open the executive session on Senate Bill 361, requiring the bail commissioners to be reimbursed for mileage traveled in the performance of their duties. Does anyone wish to be recognized to make a motion? Representative Bourdonnais, you are recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to ought to pass. I'm ready to speak to it.
Seeing that that's not been seconded, there's another member wish to be recognized to make a
I'll second.
It has to be, a substitute cannot make a motion. Representative Espitia,
Actually, no, never mind.
Representative Roy, you're recognized to make a motion of an expedient to legislate.
Yes, I move an expedient to legislate on SB 361.
I'll second that.
Representative Roy, you're recognized to speak on your motion.
Thank you. In light of the testimony we heard from the people who actually do the work, they don't want this bill. And far be it for us to force them to accept money that they're never going to get anyway. So,
Representative Espitia.
So I agree with I think they definitely don't want it, and I get it. I was actually thinking about moving in interim study. I think that there is work that needs to be done on studying ways that we can actually pay our bail commissioners, because it sounds like a rough gig, and they provide a service that's important to our state, and the fact that they're not being properly compensated is pretty bad. But no, I'll be supporting the ITL motion, and yeah.
Representative Pantelakis.
Yes, I just had a question of, we passed a bill in this committee, I thought, that said that the state would reimburse them. Did that get killed along the way?
I believe you're referring to HB 498. Representative Muse, I believe you're a sponsor, a co-sponsor of that bill. Do you mind just telling the committee what the fate of that was?
I believe I would actually have to look it up, to be honest with you.
I know it passed in this committee with a positive recommendation.
And it passed on the House floor as well. What I'm not sure of is what happened in the Senate, and what happened with funding, which was.
It may not have made it out of, may not have made it out of the House Finance Committee. Either way, House Finance. it did not make it out of the House Finance Committee. So that was the downfall of that policy.
Thank you very much.
Representative Bourdonnais?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the reasons I oppose the ITL motion is because I realize that the bill commissioners are being stiffed for both their fees and their mileage. But I'm hoping that one day that they will become actually employed by the court and be paid for their services. And at that time, we will be on the record that the mileage that they would be paid for is already on record that they should be paid for it. So having a policy in RSAs that say that they are entitled to mileage, if they are then paid by the court, would not only get their fee, but also their mileage. Thank you.
And if there was ever any type of magistrate system, I would hope that that policy would give or provide some type of special consideration for the bail commissioners who've worked very hard doing a public service for a long time, and then have you said been stiffed, as we say, on being paid. So that's just my take on it. Representative Pantelakis.
I just couldn't vote for it because I don't think it's fair if you have 9 clients at the Merrimack jail and only one of them is going to be charged the mileage. That's not fair.
Representative Harry Garthwaite.
I don't know. I think I'm feeling a little differently about this because I looked at the hearing notes from the Senate and it says summary of testimony presented in opposition, none. So I'm just curious, and it lists some of the same folks that testified. And I think if the senator was here, it might have went differently.
I will tell you that, assuming that information is accurate, I can say they clearly changed their mind.
No.
But they're all shaking their head no. But even if they were yes, they've changed their mind clearly based on the testimony given to this committee.
That's true.
But I from what I understand, they even disagree with it. They changed their mind. They're saying that they were opposed to it the whole time.
Blame it on the clerk. Senate clerk.
Yes. What's the issue?
I believe the committee report was referring to remote testimony submitted against. I'm not sure. It may just be an error in the committee report, but these people were at the Senate hearing and did oppose the bill at the time.
And thank you for the clarification. Representative Muse.
Just the status of the bill from the last session. SB 722 was actually laid on the table in the Senate. I believe it was one of the bills that didn't make it because of COVID.
Thank you. At this time, we can now move the question. If you were in support of the motion of inexpedient to legislate, please say yay. If you're opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch.
Yes.
Representative Burt.
Yes.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green.
Yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testament.
Yes.
Representative Folsom.
Yes.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
Yes.
Representative Pantelakis.
Yes.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Bourdonnais.
No.
Representative Muse.
Yes.
Representative Ray Newman.
Yes.
Representative Sue Newman.
Yes.
Representative Manival.
No.
Representative Bradley.
Yes.
Representative Espitia.
Yes.
Chairman Abbas.
The chair votes yes.
19 yeas, 2 nays.
Representative Roy moves for consent.
Okay.
Representative Bornay will be preparing a minority report. Representative Roy, you'll prepare the majority report. At this time, we will now close the executive session on Senate Bill 361. I was just closing the executive on the executive session on Senate Bill 361. Which one? 401. This time we'll now open the executive session on Senate Bill 401, making appropriations to the Department of Transportation for local highway aid and to the body worn and dashboard camera fund, and permitting the departments of transportation to operate dash cameras in fleet vehicles. At this time, I recognize.
Yes, can I make a statement before you ask for a motion?
Yes, you make a statement.
I know that the Municipal Association has asked for an amendment to this bill, and to make it possible to pass this correctly, I think we need to consider an amendment.
And to clarify, what would that amendment look like?
I don't know.
Representative Spitia.
I was not gonna go into the weeds on this one, but they said that town isn't it has to be political subdivision instead of town. That's what they said. Because it's
But that was on the amend. It's not proposed. There's a drafted amendment, actually drafted correctly.
Yeah.
And that's amendment number 2022-1339S, which I wouldn't support the amendment myself. But what I'm saying is, with this amendment, they're talking about the language in the amendment. The motion ought to pass on the
So, and also they did say, though, the reason they need the amendment is so that they can be able to give the money straight to municipalities. Because otherwise, as drafted right now, apparently they don't have the mechanism to do that. But you can give that to the finance people too.
So my understanding is right now, if the money can't be used to offset local funds that have already been budgeted or appropriated. So if that's the case, these funds for the year of 2022, suppose unless the town didn't pass a budget, they would have already appropriated, or at least they're in the process of doing that. So it would have to be for something in 2023 or in the future,
So
which the underlying bill would do. So I was not clear that the amendment was, that's just my interpretation, that amendment would not have, and that's just my, I always like to say I sound correct. It doesn't mean I am.
I understood it that it needed to change because you could not use the word town. It had to be political subdivision. Is that right?
That is in the proposed amendment.
The proposed amendment
Contains that flaw.
If it were to be entertained by the committee, would need to have some grammatical changes. Representative?
And my understanding of what the municipal association person was saying was that the funds couldn't supplement monies that were otherwise to be used, but that in the case of monies that could be available in 2022, the town couldn't accept them if they hadn't passed a certain RSA applicable to their town without this enabling aspect. And that was what she was trying to correct with the addition, not the town one, but the other one.
But
Municipality.
my whole point is, if the town hasn't improved the use of the money, because that money is only going to apply to a partial part of the project here. if the town hasn't approved it yet, that money could be held up waiting for that town to approve it, and it may not even get approved. Meanwhile, other communities may already approved it, and they might not be eligible. I mean, every town has the opportunity to put these applications in, whether it's to warrant arc, whatever their local government system is. So they're all entitled to do that. So if they haven't done that already, but that money could be held up. No, I don't mean that in a bad way, but let's say they hold it up and the town, for whatever reason, doesn't pass the warrant article. So, Representative?
Another freshman question. Since this is going to a second committee, can a representative from this committee who likes the amendment and wants to fix it, can they get it fixed and run through OLS and present it at the next committee? And have it done right?
Does the bill go to a second committee?
If it's an early bill, it's an early
No,
bill.
this is a second committee bill. That's what they do in that committee. I'm just explaining. I'm not sure the amendment is I'm not sure it's necessary for what this is trying to accomplish. So,
And of the 29 applications made for the camera grants, 29 were granted. At this point in time, correct?
Representative Spetia.
The reason I brought it up is I don't think the municipal association would have brought it up to us if they didn't think it was important. If they were just like, oh, it's not a big deal. Like I think they meant it, but like I said, it can be handled in another committee, so it's fine.
Well, I think it's in fairness. Someone mentioned an amendment. I don't. The witness. I haven't looked at that. We gave the witness an opportunity to look at it, and they said, well, if you were to consider that there's some grammatical issues. There was more guidance on it, which was appreciated, but I'm not sure we're going to consider that amendment. Representative Walls.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Catherine from the Municipal Association, and I quote, strongly supports and suggests an amendment. So let's take it, as it is. She strongly supports it, but would suggest an amendment. So
Mr. Chairman,
Representative Welch.
I might point out that this will probably go to finance, and the chairman of the finance committee is also a sponsor. So if that amendment is necessary, I'm sure they'll take care of it.
I'll leave that to the great folks on the finance committee. Representative Roy, you wish to be recognized to make a motion about to pass?
I do. I move out to pass SB 401.
That's been seconded by Representative Rhodes. Representative Roy, you wish to speak to your motion?
Not so much. But I will. We heard the testimony. All of us heard it. This money will be appreciated by the towns, the bridges that are in pretty rough shape. I think this will be seen as a win for all of our communities, our constituents, and I'm pleased to be able to be a part of it and get them some money that they need.
I don't know the status of the bridges in every district. I know in Rockingham County District 8, Salem, New Hampshire, we have a bridge that has some structural integrity issues and is listed. For any members who have a bridge in their district that has an issue, I can't imagine you vote against this one, so I'm going to be supporting this. Representative Jack.
Thank you. I couldn't get the testimony from the people, but this is enough money to do about 60 bridges.
Representative Spetia.
60 bridges that we can help fix here in New Hampshire, and I'm excited because I think this will provide good funding, especially for communities that may not be able to bond for or might need the money to cover all their stuff. So.
Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hope the Senate also fixes my problem because I will be voting no on this. Is the privacy issues with DOT. I support DOT having dash cams and rear cams. I have them in my vehicle. I think it's smart for everybody to have a dash cam. Where I have a problem is when the gentleman said, when I asked him what is going to happen, you know, within that 3 days before it's deleted, can somebody else, another department or anybody really, come in and grab that footage? And he said, yes. I know the DOT Easy Pass is deleted fairly quickly, I think almost immediately once, you know, a member here said that the plate is verified and then it's deleted. That is what I want to support, is if that dash cam, there was no accidents that day, there was no murders in front of that vehicle, there was no robberies in front of that vehicle, you know, there was no crimes around that vehicle, then in my eyes, for privacy, it should be removed immediately, because I do not want the government to have one more avenue of seeing who's doing what, driving down what road. We have been very clear in New Hampshire against that. We passed constitutional amendments to make sure that our privacy is upheld in New Hampshire. And here we are going to support a bill that can allow somebody to go in and grab that footage before the DOT deletes it on the 3rd day. And he even said, yeah, we can keep it if we think we should use it for training purposes. You know, this is not what this is supposed to be for. It is to protect the workers, you know, in crashes. It protects, you know, our cost of the vehicles, you know, to make sure that we know who did the accident, you know, whose fault. You know, I support cameras. It's just this one piece, and I do support the bridges, you know, that need to be fixed. So I hope the Senate fixes this problem so at the end I can vote for it in the House. But today I'm going to vote no.
Representative Burt.
Yes.
On lines 22 to 24, it says the stored recording may only be used by the requesting party for a lawful purpose, including as evidence in a judicial or administrative proceeding. So I'm asking, if someone were just to walk into the room from whatever part of the government without any explanation why they want to make a copy of the recording, do you believe that that would be permitted under the paragraph? I mean, I read that as they have to have a lawful purpose for asking for it to be stored longer than 3 days.
What line is that?
Lines 22 to 24.
The way I'm reading it is that another government agency can request the footage. And at that point, then it's free, as far as I'm concerned, for that agency. You know, I'd be nervous on why they need it and what it's for. Again, New Hampshire, we've passed constitutional amendments. That's huge, to protect our privacy against government. And we have to maintain that in New Hampshire. And so the way I'm reading it is, you know, they have to delete it in 3 days. But if I understood the gentleman from DOT, he said that they can keep the, you know, which is right here, it says it here, that they can keep it if they seem, you know, that they want to keep it. And I'm reading it, administrative proceedings, or judiciary, you know, that other departments, police, could come and grab this. And, you know, that's not what New Hampshire stands for.
Well, My question to you is, wouldn't them grabbing it need to be for a lawful purpose? And if they cannot demonstrate a lawful purpose, then I would agree with you that that would not be permitted under the law.
Correct, but I'm also, in lawful, where is that in the RSAs? What is lawful? They could go in and say, we just want this one footage because we believe Representative Welch drove down this road and he said he didn't. So we want to grab that. And that's not in my eyes, that's not the intent of this bill. It's not to spy on us. It is to help the public roads, the bridges that we need to fix, and to protect, these accidents that do happen, to protect the scene and to protect, what happened. We're going to find out what's going to happen because of that footage. And I support all that. It's that 3-day hold. And if somebody grabs that, which this says they can, what will they do with that that video?
Question.
Representative Testerman.
The Constitution clearly says we have a right to privacy. And it doesn't say for lawful purposes, for unlawful purposes. It says we have a right to privacy. I'm not even sure I like them having video cameras. I think there's a violation of our privacy. We keep saying, well, it's not much, but the 3 days clearly is too much. I think if they can drive the truck home, they don't need the video.
So just to clarify, when we speak of expectations of privacy, when these cameras, these vehicles are in public, it's on, when you're in public, if you're on a public road, when Representative Welch is driving on whatever road, Route 93, whatever road, it's a public road. So to say you have an expectation of privacy when you're on a public road is inconsistent with the term privacy. The expectation of privacy would be if they're filming inside your house, that type of situation. On private property, if anyone shows up with a camera on your you tell them to turn that off if that makes you comfortable, because it's your property. I'm saying we're talking about when someone's in public, all right? And these accidents that we're hearing about is public property. So I understand and I respect people's right to privacy. This is not violating that because it's has to do with when they're on public property. So I'm just confused by, I understand that the concern about this video being misused. Just understand you are in a public place, and if someone's recording you, government or a private person, how can you say you have an expectation of privacy?
Can I answer that?
I'll let Representative Rhodes speak, then Representative Burr, you can respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to point out that a Tesla vehicle has cameras on their doors. So when you're driving on the road and you pass a Tesla, you've been recorded. Whether you guys realize that or not, you have been. And I think also this might come out really wrong. God knows I'm famous for that. Sometimes you have to give up the right to be right. I think that people are looking for this to say something that it does not say, and are looking for it to try to accomplish something that it doesn't say that it's going to accomplish. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
The Constitution says, and this should be the right for privacy, the individual's right to live free from governmental intrusion in private or personal information is natural, essential, and inherent. I don't see where they have a right to video.
With that license plate on your vehicle that they can see?
No. Well, that's what I was going to say was the Tesla,
Private.
John Burt driving down the road, getting your license plate, that's all private. It says the Supreme Court has ruled that the government cannot spy on us. And I don't go, so when I say that, I like the dash cam and it's only going to be used for that specific reason is for crash or a crime around it. I guess I'd even, have to look at that, but the Supreme Court has been very clear. I can stand on the side of the road and videotape anybody I want in public. The government can't. We don't have red light cameras for a reason. Because both sides have always voted those down because we don't want to be spied on by the government. We passed a constitutional amendment, which is huge, because we don't want to be spied on. And for somebody to go in, a government department to grab this video, I can't do it.
So how would you, let me just ask this, how much time do you want them to have to be able to hold the video? Because if you're not if you record something and you don't store it, all it is just a live feed. So it has to be recorded and stored for some period of time in order to make the determination whether that recording is, there's a crash or if there's whatever, those examples. There needs to be a certain period of time that they need to figure, okay, we got to now maintain this footage. I'm saying if 3 days is too long, if we change that to 2 days, would that change anyone's mind here? I'm just, at some point, I'm not really sure what we're talking about. It's not an invasion of privacy if it's stored for 3 days, or sorry, if it's stored for 1 day or 2 days, but it is if it's stored for 3 days, because we're worried about someone somehow accessing a computer system. And keep in mind, someone who works doesn't have to assist them in doing that because they're going to have to work for the department to give them the video, and they're not going to provide any explanation why they need the video. They're just going to give it away, and what's happening here? A car driving by?
What we all feel good is if it excludes any recording being used, being released. If it says that it cannot be released because the only purpose for this is accidents around this vehicle, because that's the intent. That's what the gentleman said. We want this camera in case our state car gets hit. And he says that's the only reason we want it, or for training purposes, which I disagree with that one. But so if you wanted to make an amendment saying that there's no release of this video, and after 3 days the video's cleared, I would support it because I support everything else in this bill. It's the privacy part, because we've worked too hard to get where New Hampshire is to protect the privacy, and that's from both sides. Both sides have worked hard for this.
Mr. Chairman, are our cars classed as government cars with the plates?
Yes, and normally they're distinctly marked, and even if they're not, I mean,
My question would be to Representative Burke. Did you say you had a cam in your car? Do you have our plates on it?
I do.
Wouldn't you say that you were invading my privacy?
Not in private, public. The Supreme Court's been clear on it. I can sit on a sidewalk and videotape your house. There's nothing the police in your town can do. I wouldn't do it, but I can.
But I'm just saying, you are saying this about a vehicle that would be taking pictures of a car accident that could go back to the person that might not have the evidence that they need. And they're a government vehicle, but so are ours. But why wouldn't that be all right?
I support that part. I support if the state truck caught an accident or was in an accident, he's picking up trash on the side of the road, and some tractor trailer or car or a camper or somebody cleans him out, the car. I want that footage, so I support that part. It is the possibility of the police going in or someone else going in, another government agency, which is against the Constitution, and grabbing that video. The Supreme Court's been very clear on it. They can't do it, or they shouldn't do it.
Representative Burt, but when would you hit the record button? There's just been an accident. Someone needs to start the recording.
No, record 24 hours. the video is not allowed to leave. If there's an accident, then the video is to be used. At the end of the day or the end of 3 days, if there's no accidents in those 3 days, nobody can grab that video, just like the tolls. Nobody can grab those plates in the tolls. I can't go to Easy Pass and say, you know, I want to see every car that goes through because I want to know if Representative Welch went through the toll today. I can't do it.
I just think that there was no video cameras when the Constitution was written. So we have to start some precedent someplace.
Well, but the Constitution is very clear on privacy. It says government shall not surveil the government or the public. And back when the Constitution was written, that means there won't be a policeman on every corner with binoculars going, okay, who's coming down, and make a log of it.
Would you believe, Mr. Burke, Representative Burke, there was no police officers
Well,
at that time?
That's true, yes. Back in the good days when we didn't need them.
All right, let's let some Representative Marston has not joined in this healthy conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I understand my fellow Representative Burt saying that it's illegal and it's based on a Supreme Court ruling, then if somebody went in and grabbed it, it would not be admissible in court and would get thrown out based on the Supreme Court's ruling, so it becomes a moot question.
Representative Marston, that is well put. An illegal government recording would be suppressed.
Thank you.
That was very well put, Representative Marston. Representative Welch.
I just wanted to point out to everybody, and it happened during the testimony here, that they are putting cameras up on the poles on the highways. And I've counted at least a dozen of them in my travels. So it's a camera, and it's surveilling the public.
And can you clear? At this time, we will now move the question. Oh, Representative Walls, I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Actually, the majority of all motor vehicles manufactured after 2016 have at least 2 or 3, sometimes 10 cameras in them, including SUVs, Tahoes, pickup trucks, even BMW motorcycles, all have the cameras. So presume you're being recorded. You are. This is 1984 on steroids.
This time, Representative Pratt, you recognized?
I just had one concern, and I'm pretty sure it's going to get caught in the finance committee, but they're talking about $1 million for body cams for police officers and $30 million for Department of Transportation vehicles. I think the priority is backwards there by quite a bit, but I think that'll be caught in finance. So I'm still going to vote yes for it, even though my concern.
At this time, we will now move the question. If you in support of the motion of ought to pass as amended, please say yes. If you are opposed, please say no. The clerk will now call the roll. We're in the voting mode.
But no amendment.
Oh, did I say amendment? Sorry.
OTP.
If you in support of the motion of ought to pass, please say yes. If you're opposed, please say nay. The clerk will now call the roll.
Vice Chairman Roy.
Yes.
Representative Welch.
Yes.
Representative Burt.
No.
Representative Rhodes.
Yes.
Representative Green.
I'll vote anyway as long as I can get out of here. I'll vote yes.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Testerman.
No.
Representative Folsom.
Yes.
Representative Pratt.
Yes.
Representative Marston.
Yes.
Representative Harriet Gathright.
Yes.
Representative Panalakis.
Yes.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Bourdonnais.
Yes.
Representative Muse.
Yes.
Representative Ray Newman.
Yes.
Representative Sue Newman.
Yes.
Representative Manaval.
Yes.
Representative Bradley.
Yes.
Representative Espitia.
Yes.
And Chairman Abbas.
Chair votes yes.
19 yeas, 2 nays.
Move for consent.
No, I'm gonna fight this one. You know, a lot of people said I've been too quiet the past couple house sessions.
I never said that, John.
Representative Burr, you'll be preparing a minority report.
Yes, I will.
Representative Roy, you'll do the majority report. This time we'll now close the executive session on Senate Bill 401. Representative Harry Gathright, we're not going to exec anything else today, but I know you want to be recognized for just a short personal privilege.
All right, so on March, I think it was the 7th, when I got that call that Rennie had passed from Representative Cody, I made a statement, and I just want to read that to you guys. I started, while I don't know where to begin to express the pain of Rennie's death, while this is a devastating loss to his beautiful wife and beautiful girls, who most of us met during the abolishment, the death penalty bill, and his extended family. We grieve with each of you and New Hampshire and the USA. For Rennie has reached out far beyond New Hampshire. I knew of Rennie, however, did not personally meet him until my first term as state rep from Hills 36, Nashua in 2012. I requested and was assigned to Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. At the time, the dean was chair, Representative Laura Pantelakis, and Representative Rennie Christian served as her vice chair, both Democrats on the committee in New Hampshire. Amazingly, they truly gelled and supported the entire team. During my second term, Rennie was chair and vice chair was Beth Rod, and I served as the clerk. He asked me to sign on as co-sponsor of HB 455, the abolishment of the death penalty in New Hampshire. We all knew he advocated for the right issues and justice for all people, realizing the stacks were against BIPOC, Black Indigenous people of color, as well as low-income persons. My third term, he asked me to be the ranking member. Well, he convinced me why I should accept the position of ranking member and take on extra responsibility. And I kind of smiled about that. I say that because he was always being an encourager to stand up and fight for the right things, and every voice has that opportunity. I've always been an activist in Nashua and Manchester. He encouraged each committee member to continue the advocacy for the people throughout the state. I know I can speak for Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee, not just Democrats. His love of people and determination truly rubbed off on many of us over the years and other committees, because we never hesitated to choose him as our #1 in command for New Hampshire House of Representatives. I will miss his check-in calls, giving me the choice to allow members to serve after much friction, respecting my decision as a colleague. We all miss the love he had for the people. Much prayer for all the family. We are forever indebted to the family. Be blessed that he is at peace and have left an amazing and beautiful history of life that we all are proud of. Sorrowfully submitted, Representative Gath.
That was well said, Representative Harry Gathright. At this time, the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee will be adjourned.
That was a pretty long period of time.